British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176. Study together. Alan Wilson sent the young Iron Lady home as promised, and there was no misconduct during the period. Even in his heart, Alan Wilson hesitated. He was sure that he would not get involved with the future Mrs. Thatcher. At least it was impossible to become a family. Just think carefully about the situation of one being the Prime Minister and the other being the Cabinet Secretary, and you will know how difficult it is in the UK. What's more, the two people's thinking is completely opposite. Alan Wilson said that he is a real socialist, which is not completely a joke. If he chooses between the Conservative Party and the Labour Party, he will definitely choose the Labour Party, even if he can't say it publicly. Under the governance of the Labour Party, Britain may have all kinds of problems, but it is definitely brighter than dying after having a good time. Abandoning industry and engaging in finance is bound to make Britain's position in the world regress to before the Industrial Revolution. It's better when it's going smoothly. Once there is any disturbance, the little underwear left in Britain will be seen by the whole world. Thinking the opposite, if they can become a family, they will definitely divorce immediately. But a historical figure with a halo appeared in front of him, and he was still in the growth stage. Alan Wilson could not turn a blind eye to it. He had already practiced it once at a huge risk, on First Eva. The current Iron Lady was almost in existence without resistance to him. As long as he thought about it carefully, Alan Wilson's already limited sense of morality would be shattered. Although it was very immoral, he had made up his mind to do the last big thing before going to British India. Successfully test driving a domestic car, Alan Wilson comforted himself that this was a free society. There was no concept of chastity, and more emphasis was placed on loyalty after marriage. Anyway, Mr. Thatcher didn't know his wife yet, and his behavior was definitely not malicious. And then again, even if there was a slight possibility that the two people had already known each other, wouldn't that be better? At this time, Alan Wilson's transfer order had been issued, but out of the concern of the Cabinet Secretary, he was allowed to decide when to leave. Time was tight, and he had to think of a way to take the initiative. But at this time, Alan Wilson also had to meet with Pertha Clarence, the Minister of the Indian Affairs Department. In the final analysis, a greedy person has too many desires, so he often falls into a busy state. In a sense, Mrs. Thatcher decades later was also like this. She attached too much importance to politics and neglected interpersonal relationships, which led to a long period of loneliness in her later years. Sir Edward, I think I recommended you to go to New Delhi to understand the real situation there. In the office of Pertha Clarence himself in the Indian Affairs Department building, the new Minister of the Indian Affairs Department, Pertha Clarence, personally assessed Alan Wilson for the issue of British India. The cabinet is now arguing fiercely. Do you think it is possible to calm it down? For the sake of the British Empire, I would like to say yes. For the sake of the current real situation of the British Empire, I can only say that the chances are slim. Things are in the hands of man, and I'm willing to work hard to carry out the instructions of the Empire. Alan Wilson held his head high and expressed great confidence in this difficult task. Very good. If you have to give up British India in the end, what do you think will benefit the British Empire? Just if. This is just a simple assumption. Pertha Clarence was quite satisfied with Alan Wilson's statement, and then asked another question. If this is just a simple assumption, I will simply answer it. Some voices believe that the integrity of British India should be preserved, but in fact this possibility is not great. The relationship between the Muslim League and the Congress Party is like fire and water, and they will never coexist in one country. Alan Wilson thought for a moment and said, even if Nehru is willing, Ali Jinnah will never be willing. The only feasible way is to divide and rule based on religious population. This is also the final way to achieve it. In fact, it cannot be said that the Muslim League insists on independent nation building selfishly. That is, it is irresponsible to the entire South Asian subcontinent. Mahatma Gandhi was assassinated by Hindus. The problem in South Asia is not just a problem of peace religion. Hinduism is also not a good thing. In the end, it is divided into 2 countries, which is already a good result. The situation in South Asia is tricky because it involves many demands and power centers. Britain did not completely bring the South Asian subcontinent under its rule. In addition to the large British India, there are many princely states in a semi-closed and semi-independent state, and Britain can only rule them indirectly. And within British India, there are also various religious hostilities. These religions have their own ideas. Each of their small groups is likely to be mutually exclusive. The tearing wars that took place 100 years ago may be used as a perfect reason for irreconcilable hatred. Moreover, there are many leaders with iron-like attitudes and strong appeals. A shout can start a reckoning across the entire continent. The last appeal of the Muslim League is Ali Jinnah, and the talent pool of the Congress Party is much richer. If Alan Wilson returns to New Delhi, although he will try to delay the British evacuation time, he will also take into account Ali Jinnah's physical condition and complete the partition when this Muslim League leader is still in good health. Partition seems to be what Ali Jinnah advocated. As a Minister of Indian Affairs, although Perfect Lawrence was keen on liberating women before, he still knew several prestigious leaders in British India. Yes, the Muslim League has stated that it will not live in the same country with Hindus. That's why I said that the unified Indian plan is very difficult to implement. Alan Wilson said frankly, after World War I, King George V of England signed and passed the Organisation Act of the Government of India. Although this bill has tried to apply the 3-power separation government organisation method to India, however, it established a sectarian election system, which made sectarian disputes more and more intense. The vast majority of Indians were not satisfied with the sincerity of the British reform. The Congress Party, in particular, resisted this bill, not to mention that the conflicts and disputes between Hindus and Muslims and other sects have never stopped. In such a situation of fighting and killing, it is simply a fantasy to establish a peaceful democratic society. In the 1930s, the London government came up with another solution, which was even more strongly resisted by the Congress Party. If we follow Alan Wilson's idea, what else can we solve? Do we still expect to make a comeback in the future? It makes more sense to unify our thoughts and make a big profit and run away, which is more reasonable than any bill. Britain still wants to establish its influence on India for a long time. Isn't this a joke? However, although he thought so, he couldn't say it. Politicians often have the naive idea that I want it all, but they don't know that the days when they are in power are far less comfortable than shouting opposition with their eyes closed in the House of Commons. But this conversation proved that Alan Wilson's return to India was a foregone conclusion. In the telegram sent to New Delhi in the evening, he made it clear in the telegram that he could go back, and sent this good news to Pamela Mountbatten through the telegram. How can I test drive a domestic car? Alan Wilson, who sent the telegram, stood by the window and pondered. The patriotic heart that supports domestic cars cannot be extinguished for a long time. Talking about feelings is not useless for people like the Iron Lady, but Alan Wilson doesn't have the time, and nothing can delay his established plan to return to New Delhi. It can only be said that Alan Wilson has many missions and cannot focus all his energy on the test drive of domestic cars. After the civil servants' cocktail party that night, Alan Wilson did meet Margaret once. It was also the last time that a friend left contact information. They talked about politics on a holiday at the girls' school. Since the Iron Lady likes politics at such a young age, Alan Wilson can only start from this direction and be a life mentor for the Iron Lady to mature. It was another holiday. Margaret, with a progressive heart, attended the civil servants' cocktail party again, having learned the previous lesson. Alan Wilson did not let him disturb his colleagues, but personally received the future Prime Minister. During the period, the host and the guest had a good conversation. Alan Wilson introduced his views on the colonies to Margaret, attracting the girl's attention. In the bright and clear sky, the colleagues who arrived today were already drunk. What time is it? How come these people are already drunk? Margaret was a little unhappy, but considering that she was just a student, she lowered her voice and said, "This is different from the Whitehall elites I imagined. It was already night last time, and it's only daytime now. Even if we work in Whitehall, we are all ordinary people. What's more, it's okay for everyone to relax on holidays. Seeing that the time was ripe, Alan Wilson said a little embarrassedly, "How about I take you home?" Okay. Margaret actually had many questions to ask, but seeing that Alan Wilson had already meant to end it, she could only answer dryly. This time Alan Wilson was much more nervous, and he used the same trick to take Margaret back to his home. Then he said that he wanted to find some information, documents from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Indian Affairs, which attracted the girls' attention. The two of them naturally stopped at Alan Wilson's home. It was still early, and broad daylight always gave people a false sense of security. Although she was a little nervous when she first came in, Margaret also let down her guard between questions and answers. Holding some documents, she asked Alan Wilson all sorts of questions. After a while, Alan Wilson shook his head and said, "Alcohol is something that will make you unconscious once you start drinking. Oh, by the way, Margaret, you are an adult, right? Do you want a drink? I'm not much younger than you. How can I not be an adult?" Margaret asked back, unconvinced. At such a young age, she had already begun to show her annoying nature. Chapter 177. I'm leaving. Since he had initially understood the rhetoric of the British civil service system, Alan Wilson had not used this skill on politicians on many occasions. Instead, he always used it to trick little girls. Today, he finally had a chance to use it on Margaret, a little girl who wanted to make progress. Alan Wilson, who was full of decent manners, made people not be vigilant in any way. He was a successful person at his current age, and he had extraordinary lethality to girls who had not yet left school. As long as Alan Wilson was given a chance, he could be omnipresent. Whether it was spending money on Pamela Mountbatten or talking about ideals with the current campus Conservative Party leader, he could do it. Today was destined to be one of the few unforgettable memories in Margaret's life. She was shocked by Alan Wilson's wide range of interests. Whether it was the United States, the Soviet Union or other countries, he could talk about it clearly and there seemed to be nothing he didn't know. It was almost the rhythm of a mentor and a helpful friend. Margaret was very happy that she had seized the opportunity and expanded her horizons. Politics is about being good at seizing opportunities. Oh, Margaret, it's really rare to see you as a student majoring in chemistry. Did you make a mistake when you chose your major? Alan Wilson asked in a gentle voice, taking his eyes off the wine glass in Margaret's hand. "I chose my major for reality, but people always have to have ideals." Margaret clenched her fists and explained her ideals. "Politics has penetrated into my blood. Although I'm a woman, I must contribute to the country." "You are really ambitious. I almost never praise others, especially my peers, but now I want to praise you." Alan Wilson began to compliment her inconspicuously, and at the same time, boasted in a certain sense. Margaret was obviously not very resistant to this kind of rhetoric. While taking a sip of whiskey, she said embarrassedly, "In fact, you are the one I should learn from. You have already directly invested in work, while I'm still a political activist in the school. I want to go back." Margaret was a little drunk, and she even felt a blushing and heartbeat. "But the car has run out of gas, and we can't get to school. How about staying here for one night?" Alan Wilson was very embarrassed and tried his best to make the girl stay. On this day, the Conservative Party chairman of Somerville Girls College did not return home overnight. "I'm definitely not escaping from anything, but if you don't go back to school, there may be rumors." Alan Wilson made the current facts clear, hoping that Margaret would think about the current situation first. Okay. Margaret's political attributes were finally aroused by Alan Wilson. "Now it is important to go back to school. Take a shower first." Alan Wilson said flatteringly, "I will never peek." On the matter of going back, Margaret refused Alan Wilson's offer to send her, saying that she knew the way and wanted to go back by herself. This happened to be that Alan Wilson was just talking casually and didn't intend to really send her. After the other party left, he went back to the room to clean up and put away the Leica camera. Alan Wilson still felt that he should be cautious about returning to British India, so he made a detailed report listing various possible situations and possible assistance in areas that are not suitable for national guidance. He also made some plans for himself to prevent himself from forgetting them. With these little notes, at least he can be sure of one thing. From the moment he officially sets foot on the land of South Asia, London's major newspapers will not lack news, such as floating corpses in the Ganges and gang rape cases that break the bottom line of humanity. Decades later, the so-called real India has always been the focus of London media attention. In the eyes of Indian patriots, the BBC is almost the American Fox in the eyes of the people of the Celestial Empire. It is not entirely true that Indians do not hate Britain at all, because Britain has been reporting negative news about India for many years, and there are also large anti-British groups in India. It's just that India itself is so bad that it naturally leads to a weak back, and a group of Japanese fans similar to the turn of the century in a certain major country has appeared. Of course, compared to the Japanese fans who disappeared in 10 years, New Delhi needs to work harder if the British fans in India want to disappear. Alan Wilson is ready to let Indians enjoy the treatment of the 21st century in advance. When he returns to India, not only will the British know more about the real India, but the whole world will also have a more intuitive understanding of India's long history and profound culture from the reports of the British media, such as environmentally friendly cow dung lamps. Cow urine can cure all diseases, and everyone knows it. For several days, Alan Wilson has been accumulating knowledge for returning to India. Most of the time, he travels in the database of the Indian Affairs Department to see if he can see any historical black spots. For this reason, Alan Wilson is even ready to ignite the Indian Civil War. In his opinion, even a civil war is possible, as long as the areas that Britain can control can be preserved, and the exploitation can continue within 2 years. Civil war is not an option. Even if there is a war, it will not delay making contributions to the British mainland. The fact that the front is tight and the back is tight is not the first time. As long as the garrison in British India can ensure the safety of civil servants, it can completely seize the time to transport the materials they want in the name of peacekeeping. If the day comes when things are out of control, just leave when the time comes and let India fight freely. Maharaja was very happy to learn that Mr. Allen was going back to British India. He was very satisfied with the weapons he received, and I had been to the British occupied areas and had reported the excellent military quality of German officers to him. He was very interested. Alan learned that the transfer order for Alan Wilson to return to British India had been issued, and he personally went to express his gratitude. Since returning to Europe, I have never forgotten the help of Maharaja Ali Khan. It can be said that I still have the opportunity to return to British India, which is entirely due to the help of Maharaja. Without the kind help of Maharaja, I would not have been able to do so many things. Alan Wilson said with a firm look, no matter what, I'm willing to help Maharaja fight for the legitimate rights of Hyderabad at any time. Originally, when India and Pakistan were divided, some princely states with larger territories and larger populations, such as Hyderabad, Mysore, Indore, Jammu and Kashmir, Travancore, Junagadh and other princely states, expressed disappointment with the Mountbatten Plan and repeatedly requested the British government to allow them to remain in the Commonwealth as dominions. In the end, the London government did not respond. Alan Wilson naturally did not have the ability to make London recognize the sovereignty of the princely states, but it can help the princely states from another level, such as not recognizing the inheritance rights of independent India to British India. With Alan Wilson, independent India should not think of receiving any of the British Empire's legacy in Asia. There is no way to help the princely states at the official level, but please rest assured, the Maharaja and his friends, the civil servants of British India are sincere in helping the princely states. Alan Wilson said to Alim, as for the specific operations, I will naturally find an opportunity to discuss in detail after I arrive in British India. After talking with Alim, Alan Wilson, who was staring at the date of the ship ticket, went to Margaret's alma mater. He used his identity as a Whitehall civil servant to cash out again, so that Margaret, who had a de facto relationship, could meet him. What are you doing here? Don't come to my school if you have nothing to do. Margaret turned her head away, with an expression that she didn't want to see you. Although Margaret did not blame Alan Wilson, after all, she did not refuse in the end, but the two of them were indeed just mentors and helpful friends. It was so soon. Margaret could not face it. Margaret, I'm leaving. I have received a transfer order to work in British India. Alan Wilson spoke, as if he had just received the transfer order, with a sincere look. I personally feel very sorry about that matter, so I came to the school to find you. I don't know how long I will have to work in British India this time. I don't want to leave with regrets, so I came here today, to ask for your understanding. Chapter 178 The Land of Haunting. Go to British India? Margaret was shocked, but she said, congratulations, a very relaxed working environment. Isn't this what many civil servants dream of? There was no intention to keep him in the words. Alan Wilson was a little more sober when he heard it. He thought that if the two sides had an intimate relationship, they would be obedient, but it was limited to the distant east. Free society still didn't care about this. At least Margaret didn't seem to be affected. Actually, I thought, well, I just came here to say hello, and I didn't mean anything else. Alan Wilson opened his mouth and hesitated. If you have any requests. There's nothing to say, Mr. Allen. It was just a mistake at the right time, Margaret said with a frosty face. I have forgotten it, and I don't want anyone to mention it. Well, I hope you won't be affected. Alan Wilson sighed in his heart. The domestic car running in plan seemed unfeasible. He thought there would be another face-to-face communication, but he didn't expect Margaret to give him no chance at all. It turned out that people are born to be annoying. Alan Wilson was a little relieved when he thought of this. It was good that the other party thought so. Well, excuse me for disturbing you. Alan Wilson nodded to the Iron Lady with an apologetic look and turned to leave the school. Seeing Alan Wilson turning away, Margaret's eyes followed the back until he disappeared. She took a deep breath, and a few deep breaths suppressed the redness in her eyes. To be honest, this was very uncomfortable. The act of patting the butt and walking away put a heavy psychological burden on Alan Wilson. Fortunately, this situation will be relieved soon. The work of British India is still waiting for him to explore, so he can forget about the troubles first. Now it's a matter of taking office. Alan Wilson received a summons from Alexander Cadogan, the permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who has returned to London. It was a reply to Alan Wilson that he needed the support of elite troops. You must apply for a group of diplomats from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Indian Affairs to take office together on the list. Alexander Cadogan saw Alan Wilson coming in and said very straightforwardly, I have submitted your report to Sir Edward. Sir Edward can be said to have given strong support. Recently, Sir Edward is discussing the assessment of the value of colonies with the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary. I hope you will not disappoint Sir Edward's expectations. Of course, we all know Sir Edward's contribution to this country. Alan Wilson decisively expressed his position of bowing to authority, unaware that the information about the value of colonies mentioned by the Cabinet Secretary came from his own hands. It was also because of the compensation mentality for the free report that Edward Bridges recognized the manpower that Alan Wilson needed and gave Alan Wilson the green light all the way. What do you think we should do, Phil B? I've already inquired about it. This matter was approved by the Cabinet Secretary himself and cannot be changed. Do we really have to go to Southeast Asia? Guy Burgess drank a glass of wine in distress and complained, we don't know anything about the local area, and there doesn't seem to be anything valuable there. That's right. Donald MacLean was also at a loss, and could only complain to his old friend. Where are you two going? Stop complaining. Phil B lit a cigarette, and looked at his two friends. When he heard that it was the Cabinet Secretary's decision, he knew that it was almost unchangeable. British Ceylon, British Burma. Guy Burgess and Donald MacLean blurted out almost at the same time. It seems that the Prime Minister is going to solve the problem of British India. Phil B said helplessly, the problem of British India is currently the most controversial topic in Congress. By the way, Alan Wilson returned to British India this time because of this matter. British Ceylon and British Burma are both around British India. Sending local diplomats there may be for the purpose of maintaining stability. Before the British took over, part of Ceylon was originally a colony of the Netherlands, which was snatched from the Portuguese. Ceylon is on the edge of the Indian subcontinent, but it is not part of British India. It is a British colony directly controlled by London, and its status is superior to the Indian Empire under the jurisdiction of the Governor-General of India. As for British Burma, it has nothing to do with British India. Although Burma joined British India as a province for a short period of time, the signs of British India's independence immediately appeared, which made London change its decision and separate Burma from British India. It was Alan Wilson who brought two of the Cambridge Five to Asia in his report. To be frank, at the Potsdam Conference, Alan Wilson sold much more information than these two spies. If secrets can be exchanged for military ranks, then there is no doubt that Guy Burgess is a general. Donald Maclean is a general. As for Alan Wilson, he must be a marshal. He hopes that the two spies will be quiet. Alan Wilson has already sold out everything they want to sell out. There is no need for these two people to sell out a little intelligence. Hurry up and cooperate with him to contribute to the British Empire, and don't always think about selling out the country. The two have broad sympathy for the miserable colonies. This time, the work in India just needs these two sympathetic diplomats. Stabilize the situation around India, and Alan Wilson can take drastic actions. In this way, he doesn't have to stay in London and always want to sell the secrets of the British Empire to the Soviet Union in his spare time. Even if some colonial intelligence is sold to the Soviet Union by two people, the Soviet Union cannot reach it in a short time. Betraying the Cambridge Five is a small matter, and Alan Wilson is also afraid of being targeted by the Soviet Ministry of Internal Affairs. But keeping the two people is not in line with Alan Wilson's patriotism, so he can only throw the two people into a corner and let them lose their intelligence value first. If I were the cabinet secretary, I would throw all five of you to the United States, one as ambassador and four as consuls. It would be best if you stripped the United States of its underwear, and then the United States would shoot you all if they found out. Although he thought so, Alan Wilson was not Edward Bridges' role, so he could only take a roundabout way. Let two people leave their posts, where they could access intelligence first. In November, after being away from British India for more than half a year, Alan Wilson first sent a telegram, and then officially started his journey home with the newly established Indian Affairs team. He first took a military plane to the British occupied area, then boarded a flight to Egypt, and boarded a ship from the Suez Canal, saving a certain amount of time. This was already Alan Wilson's concession route. He originally wanted to take the boat for the whole journey. Compared with others, Alan Wilson's luggage was huge, with a total of 5 suitcases. Among them were bank deposit certificates for Sir Baron and the governors of 18 provinces, 14 princely commissioners, except the Hyderabad princely state, as well as gifts for Pamela Mountbatten and items that Alan Wilson himself brought with him. This even caused Guy Burgess to look sideways. Isn't it a bit too exaggerated? I have worked in British India, so I have some understanding of the local area. Alan Wilson calmly opened a suitcase, revealing the nylon stockings inside, then closed the suitcase again without changing his expression, took out a bottle of red wine, and changed the subject. There are still many things worth praising about the local area. Indian movies are very distinctive. Really? Guy Burgess looked at him with an I understand look, no longer paying attention to the question of why he brought nylon stockings, and asked with great interest, Indian movies are not common. What is there to praise? Singing and dancing segments are one feature. Alan Wilson was not affected by the nylon stockings incident at all, and enthusiastically introduced the characteristics of Indian movies to his colleagues. In essence, Indian movies are currently under the control of the pacifists. After all, compared with the dark skin of Hindus, pacifists are more suitable for the big screen. The first sound film in Indian movies was called God Bless You, and then some companies invested money to support the creation of sound films. Soon, the sound films that combined traditional music, drama, and dance performances overwhelmed silent films with an absolute advantage and quickly became popular throughout the country. The song and dance clips increased again, because the control of British India was strengthened during the war. There was no restriction on song and dance films, which eventually led to the proliferation of song and dance in Indian movies, and became a standard feature in movies. Alan Wilson popularized the history of Indian movies. Are there too many song and dance films? How to judge? The rise of Korean wave in the 21st century seems to have conquered all Asian countries, but its presence in India is extremely low. According to Alan Wilson's idea, Indians who are used to seeing song and dance clips in every Indian movie should be immune to the singing and dancing mode. Maybe, if India wants to imitate the singing and dancing combination, it may become the enemy of Korean wave. After all, the high caste groups in India are more easily accepted in terms of aesthetics. They are all diplomats going to India. They are very impressed by Alan Wilson's introduction to the local area and listened with great interest. Who do you think Alan prepared so many nylon stockings for? Donald McLean whispered to Guy Burgess. Didn't you hear him say that many people in India are very consistent with men's aesthetics? Are you interested too? Guy Burgess was very surprised. As far as he knew, his friend was not interested in this. I'm just curious. Donald McLean denied it flatly and even became angry at being suspected. After crossing the warm Indian Ocean, you can see the place you dream of. As time goes by, Alan Wilson not only did not feel depressed because of the boredom of the long voyage, but became more energetic. Finally, the outline of the Mumbai coastline is already vivid. Alan Wilson looked into the distance with deep affection in his eyes. I understand Columbus's feelings back then. Chapter 179 Specialist Assistant, asking for monthly ticket. The whistle was blown, and the huge ship slowly approached the shore. After more than 7 months, Alan Wilson finally set foot on the land of British India. At this moment, he had mixed feelings. After all, this was where his dream began, and an important stop in his life. But the cruel fact did not allow for much thinking. The passengers on the ship had already started to disembark. Alan, your several large suitcases must be difficult to carry. Let us help you take them down. Thank you. Alan Wilson was grateful for his colleagues' help. Just take the boat down, and naturally someone will take the initiative to help. As expected by Alan Wilson, a group of Indians came up to help. As soon as everyone got off the boat, they were attentive and eager, and they were busy running around. Although all they could do was to help carry the luggage, the governor's office in New Delhi had already sent someone to pick it up. But Alan Wilson had to express his goodwill by taking out 2 rupees that he had not used for more than half a year. Seeing several Indians thanking him in careful English, the gentleman was very happy. This was the purpose of his coming here. These Shudras, Alan Wilson muttered with a look of compassion, and walked briskly towards the convoy that New Delhi was welcoming. Donald Mackley was shocked by Alan Wilson's amazing adaptability. He was like a different person almost from the moment he stepped on the land of British India. As for where the change occurred, he couldn't tell. Alan. With this call, surprises followed one after another. Pamela Mountbatten got out of the car and shouted with a surprised tone. This call was full of affection. Alan Wilson's face changed, and he couldn't help but speed up 2 steps. Pamela Mountbatten was more proactive, jogging all the way and throwing herself into Alan Wilson's arms. The two were full of excitement of meeting each other after a long separation. What's in your pocket? It hits me. Pamela Mountbatten, who had her arms around Alan Wilson's neck, asked after her excitement cooled down. I heard that you were coming back and asked Uncle Baron to come with you, but it's a pity that you've been waiting for 2 days. 2 days is not an era for a sea voyage. Alan Wilson untethered himself from the hug and kept talking. You know, I always want to come back. Although Europe is far more prosperous than this colony, there is nothing I want there. The most precious things are left in British India. Fortunately, I finally came back before Christmas. Pamela Mountbatten tried hard to tighten her face, but her face turned red involuntarily. She had kept all the telegrams sent by Alan Wilson. After learning that this man was sure to come back, she couldn't help laughing even in class. This day came. Pamela Mountbatten couldn't help but rush from New Delhi just to see Alan Wilson as soon as possible. It seems that this is the owner of the nylon stockings. Guy, he is simply a beast. How old is this girl? Donald McLean saw this scene and couldn't help but shake his head and commented. This seems to be the daughter of General Mountbatten. I personally suggest that you reorganize your language. Guy Burgess shrugged helplessly. Don't blame yourself for not reminding. It is indeed admirable that a young girl bravely pursues love. Donald McLean said solemnly. It seems that there is a saying that only love cannot be let down. Is it right? If you say it is right, it is right. And if you say it is wrong, it is wrong. Burgess looked at his friend and didn't say much. Same people, different fates. Alan Wilson complained to Pamela Mountbatten on the train to New Delhi. Look, among the diplomats who came here are the British Commissioner for Burma and the British Commissioner for Ceylon. What am I? just an assistant to the British Commissioner for India. Look at Burgess and Maclean. They are not much older than me. They are commissioners and I'm just an assistant to the commissioner. Aren't you already Deputy Secretary General? At least your level is enough. You can't replace Sir Baron's qualifications. Pamela Mountbatten leaned on the man's shoulder and comforted him with a comfortable look on her face. These two people have good backgrounds and are outstanding among their peers. You are already on the same level as them and will only surpass them in the future. A boastful drunkard, still a boastful one. Holding back the homosexuality in his mouth, Alan Wilson was still lamenting the injustice of the world, with the breath of Versailles surrounding his whole body. Burgess was born in 1910 and is 35 years old this year. He has served as a BBC radio host, a British MI6 agent, and a secretary to the British Foreign Minister. His father is a British naval officer and his mother comes from a very wealthy family. He was admitted to the history major of Cambridge University. At Cambridge University, Burgess is well known for his extraordinary intelligence and is very keen on social work. Donald Maclean was born in 1915 and is 30 years old this year. He has served as a diplomat in many countries. Maclean's father is a Scottish man born in England, a politician of the Liberal Party, and has served as chairman of the Education Committee. At the age of 20, Donald Maclean had already been in and out of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Compared with his peers, he was completely a child in the eyes of others. It seems that there is nothing to compare with the two predecessors who are more than 10 years older. But Alan Wilson believes that he should compare with successful people, otherwise he will only play chess with bad chess players and become worse and worse. Now one of them is the Commissioner of British Burma and the other is the Commissioner of British Ceylon, which is very enviable. Alan Wilson could only hope that after the events in India, he would be able to find a place where he could be a commissioner. In this era, the speed of a train was so slow that it was almost impossible to survive. Alan Wilson talked about his work experience when he returned to Europe, focusing on his work at the Potsdam Conference and chatting and laughing with the post-war Big Three, as well as the fact that Whitehall was particularly optimistic about his development. He concealed the trivialities including, but not limited to the Dragoons, the Iron Lady, and the Cultural Tsar. Pamela Mountbatten's life was much simpler. She lived a life of going from one place to another. She would go to the governor's mansion to ask if there was any telegram for her. When she said this, she said, "I thought I would go back to Europe to find you, but I didn't expect you to come back first. Maybe I won't leave in the short term." Alan Wilson said solemnly, "The affairs of British India are very complicated. There are many opinions in the country, and there is no feasible solution. So I may work here for a while, of course. I mainly want to come and see you. Are you smearing honey on your mouth?" Pamela Mountbatten laughed and scolded unhappily, and whispered, "I will keep all the gems you gave me. They are your things. I'm just keeping them temporarily. How about making a pair of gem sandals? But it may not be enough." "It doesn't matter. There is still time to collect them slowly." Alan Wilson promised in a tone of cutting leaks, with a lofty mentality, that there is a vast world and a lot to do. It is difficult to find any difference between New Delhi and when I left a few months ago. Alan Wilson stepped on the land of the Indian Viceroy's office again. As soon as he arrived in New Delhi, he sent a telegram to his subordinates in Hyderabad, telling them that he had returned to British India. Then he came to the Indian Viceroy's office and met with Sir Baron, the head of the British Indian civil servants. He took out the bank deposit certificate in the Royal Bank of Scotland and said, "With the participation of British India, the recovery speed of the British occupation zone is the fastest among the 4 occupation zones. This is all due to Sir Baron's efforts. As for the fact that the British occupation zone set a trend, which led to the occupation zones of various countries, especially the Soviet occupation zone, to follow suit and start plundering through the cigarette trade instead of directly emptying all the property in the Soviet occupation zone. This is just a small sequelae and is not worth reporting. Sir Edward recognizes your work attitude very much." Sir Baron enthusiastically expressed his joy at Alan Wilson's return. He took the deposit certificate and said calmly, "Post-war recovery is the most important thing for the mainland now. In the two-wing development plan, the status of British India is extremely important. For the recovery of the mainland, we humble social tools will be a little tired, so what's the matter? There are also 18 provincial governors and 14 princely commissioners. Alan Wilson slowly organized his words. Colleagues from the British Occupied Trade Committee said that of course they cannot let British India shed blood and tears. Oh. Thank you, colleagues from the British occupied area. Sir Baron sat down and lay on the backrest, saying irrelevantly, by the way, it's almost the end of the year now, and an end of year meeting should be held to notify these people in various places to come to the governor's mansion. It will be like the governor's mansion at Christmas to express a little gratitude for their hard work all year. I believe this Christmas gift will make everyone very happy. Alan Wilson immediately agreed. Okay, you are my assistant now. In my many years of work, it is rare for you to contribute to the British Empire at such a fast speed. Of course, I'm happy to see this happen. Sir Baron said slowly. Excellent, people should of course move faster. Let's go see Pamela first. I want to talk to the commissioners of Ceylon and Burma. Alan Wilson backed out of Sir Baron's office, and the gift as light as a piece of paper was delivered. No need to waste words on other things. The war has just ended for a year, and the situation in British India is generally calm. In a sense, the chaos after British India in history was also due to the rumours of independence from London, which made the various factions in India fall into a crazy struggle. In fact, sporadic mutinies do not mean that the current British India is in chaos. The Congress Party and the Muslim League did not end, so what kind of chaos is it? Several mutinies of garrisons were immediately quelled. Is that chaos? Alan Wilson thinks it is far from it. The monthly ticket has been squeezed out of the top 10 new books. Please help. Chapter 180, Building a New India. The British troops stationed in India had different sizes in different periods. During the Indian uprising, Britain mobilized 500 British battalions from the mainland, equivalent to 200,000 British soldiers. During the First World War, Britain had nearly 70,000 standing troops stationed in India. At the same time, it does not include British officers and non-commissioned officers of the British Indian Army. During World War II, the troops stationed in India mobilized from the Dominions and the British mainland were roughly between 300,000 and 500,000. This does not include British officers and British non-commissioned officers in the 2.35 million Indian volunteers. At present, the British troops stationed in India are in the process of evacuation, just like the British troops in various places after the war, but there are still 100,000 British troops in various parts of British India. Alan Wilson thinks that 100,000 British troops are enough. It can guarantee the safety of 100,000 British Indian civil servants. Don't look at the small number of British troops. They are obviously more ordinary in the Southeast Asian battlefield during World War II, but it does not mean that the British Army really can't fight. A part of the entire British Army is still very good, but as a country focusing on the Navy, the British Army can only deal with wars below a certain scale. Once the scale of the war exceeded the entire limit, the performance of the British Army began to decline. At the same time, the British Army had all the fine traditions of the British Empire, such as selling teammates. At least when facing the Indians, Alan Wilson was absolutely confident. He did not believe that 100,000 British troops would be annihilated in British India. The top leaders of the Congress Party and the Muslim League did not have the courage. The most important thing is that, because of the disagreement on how to deal with British India, London itself is now inconsistent on how to deal with British India. But Alan Wilson and the civil servants of British India can quickly reach a consensus on how to deal with it. The time to make decisions is definitely much faster than in distant London. Alan Wilson's return made many people very happy. But this definitely does not include Mountbatten himself. He found that his daughter was becoming more and more disobedient. Fortunately, he had heard some rumors that London intended to transfer him to the Mediterranean fleet. At that time, as long as he took his daughter away, he could stay away from the young assistant commissioner who rushed back. Alan Wilson was so busy that he certainly didn't know the malice of Pamela Mountbatten's father towards him. He was busy drawing his sword and looking around to see if there was any place where he needed to stand up. There are many problems, but he does not necessarily need to fight in person. He cannot weaken the peace believers, so the Durand Line is useless. The territorial dispute between Afghanistan and Pakistan originated from the Durand Line, which was introduced in 1893. Under British pressure, Afghanistan received a delegation led by Durand, the Foreign Secretary of British India. Afghanistan was forced to accept the Durand Agreement and agree to the British-Russian arrangement on the eastern border of Afghanistan and the southern border of Afghanistan drawn by Britain. At that time, Britain submitted the Durand Agreement written in English to King Rahman of Afghanistan. The main content was to demarcate the border between Afghanistan and British India. Rahman was forced to give up his sovereignty claims over Swat, Badger and Chitral, and only saved Asmar. Based on this, millions of Shitans were included in the British Indian side, and British India ceased to exist with the independence of India and Pakistan in 1893. Afghanistan and Pakistan once again fell into hostility because of the Durand Line. Alan Wilson could not attack the gathering areas of peace believers in the northwest. This would encourage the arrogance of the Congress Party, which was already in a dominant position. Most importantly, it was not in line with the tradition of the British Empire to help the weak and suppress the strong. As for the Mark My Own Red Line, this line had also appeared a long time ago, and there was no role for Alan Wilson. From his current position, he did not need to get involved. He could just pretend that he did not see it. The assistant commissioner was essentially more fond of cashing out. After thinking about it, as the newly appointed assistant commissioner, he first contacted the British office on the Qinghai-Tibet Plateau. Britain entered the South Asian subcontinent later than the Portuguese and the French, but it came later. In 1700, the East India Company annexed Cachebehar in Bhutan and clashed with Bhutan. From then on, it touched the edge of the Qinghai-Tibet Plateau and began to establish trade relations. The current British representative in Tibet is called Richardson, who has been a long-term representative since 1936. Richardson graduated from Kabul College, Oxford University, England. He joined the Indian office in 1930 and was sent to Bengal that year. In the 1930s, he served as the deputy chief of Tamruk in Midnapur district. During this period, he took advantage of his vacation to visit Sikkim and Perry. After that, he was transferred to the Foreign and Political Department, a subordinate agency of the Indian office, and met Good, the British political commissioner in Sikkim. Then he became the British representative in the Qinghai-Tibet Plateau. Compared with the chief executives of the 18 provinces of British India and the commissioners of the 14 princely states, except Alan Wilson himself, Richardson's weight in British India was not great. The Qinghai-Tibet Plateau was indeed a place where no one lived. Anyway, Alan Wilson would never go there. The strategic position was important, so people of insight could go there. A drunkard like him would not charge forward. This is just like the nationalists calling for the march into Siberia, but the people of northeast China migrated south. Those who shout slogans should suffer the cold and don't move their mouths. After receiving the invitation from the new commissioner, Richardson, who was temporarily staying in Sikkim due to heavy snow, was overjoyed because the telegram was full of hints of possible promotion, so he immediately set off for New Delhi. In fact, Alan Wilson had no interest in this representative. The other party's greatest achievement should be that before World War II, he had fought wits and courage with the Third Reich's inspectors on the plateau. When the Third Reich's expedition entered the plateau, the locals were not unfamiliar with this symbol, or has special religious meanings in Tibetan Buddhism and ancient Bon religion, and they can be seen everywhere in the snowy area. This symbol even won the favor of some people. In their opinion, these Europeans who came from afar may also be believers of Buddhism. Richardson, representing Britain, had a conspiracy with these Germans on the plateau that was unknown to the public. Apart from this, there was nothing worth praising. Alan Wilson remembered that after the independence of British India, Richardson seemed to have served the Indians. This was intolerable. He could not allow the Indians to receive the legacy of the British Empire. Before the independence of British India, all the British heritage around India had to be cashed out, so that the Indians could not receive it. Perhaps because of the incentive of the profits of the tobacco factory, the chief executives and commissioners from all over the country did not even wait until Christmas to express their longing for Alan Wilson. The chief executive said that as early as when Alan Wilson was the commissioner of Hyderabad, they felt that this kid was not an ordinary person. For this compliment, Alan Wilson was of course humble and presented a deposit certificate from the Royal Bank of Scotland. Dear gentlemen, Sir Edward is satisfied with the performance of all gentlemen in such difficult times. During this period after the war, the determination of gentlemen to stick to their posts is touching. Now the local economic revitalization plan requires everyone to redouble their efforts. Alan Wilson raised his glass, and while congratulating everyone, he also expressed his longing for British India. "I've been looking forward to returning to New Delhi and working with you all. Now I'm finally back. Alan, to be praised by the cabinet secretary, your future will surely be unimaginable." After Alan Wilson expressed his longing for British India, the provincial chief executives also reciprocated, holding bank deposits, expressing that everyone also hoped that Alan Wilson would come back all the time. "This time I came back, naturally, out of the love of the British Empire for British India. With goodwill towards the many subjects in South Asia, I returned to the place where my dream began to build India." After drinking a glass, Alan Wilson said, "We want to build a new India that will benefit all the subjects of British India. Let the pearl of the British Empire shine even brighter." Then Alan Wilson told of his plan to immediately launch a wave of construction in British India so that all Indians can feel the bright future. "Why is that?" United Provinces Chief Executive Burke said in confusion. "What we should do is to transfer as much wealth as possible to Britain, right? That's just one aspect." Alan Wilson explained with a gentle look, "And it's a very crude method. In fact, there is a better way. We formulate an economic revitalization plan. Everyone knows that once it is implemented, the whole of India will be strong. But he can't implement it at all. All the funds of British India are spent. In the plan, we will launch all the expensive projects. In agriculture, we must ensure the needs of Europe. I think we should expand cotton planting next year. After all, the textile industry, as a labor-intensive industry, can solve the employment problems of many local citizens." Alan Wilson talked freely, expounding on his glorious ideal of building a great India. "Nehru and Gandhi are just for fun. They are all false fathers of the nation of India. The real father of the nation of India is Alan Wilson. If the great India wants to be great again, it must follow his route. When the wealth accumulated by British India is spent, wouldn't it be great for everyone to pat their butts and leave together? I hope all provinces have access to electricity. We should build a dam here." After a brief silence, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became heated. The provincial chief executives began to discuss what kind of projects were suitable for the areas under their jurisdiction. Never before has everyone been so concerned about India's development. Chapter 181 Disasters will not continue for 2 years. Since the promulgation of the revised Indian Government Organic Act in 1935, the finances of the entire British India have been preserved to a certain extent. That is to say, British India has gained a certain degree of autonomy. The original British India had to hand over all its property to London, and since then, part of the wealth has remained in British India. Of course, it is special during the war, and British India should not expect to accumulate wealth. But now that the war is over, the finances of British India are still okay. After all, this is the advantage of low human rights areas. It can overcome some objective economic laws. Wealth is attractive, and the current local situation is complicated. There is no feasible opinion on British India. At the end of the year, these gentlemen are under great pressure to guard the taxes of British India. On the one hand, there is an uncertain future, and on the other hand, it is a huge wealth for everyone. This is very embarrassing. Everyone can take only the part they need as usual. After all, it is for the service of the entire British Empire, and they cannot fish out all the fish. But now the future of British India is still uncertain. If you work hard to maintain the dignity of the British Empire, you will end up with nothing. In the face of an uncertain future, many people tend to prefer the latter. However, Alan Wilson still opposes the idea of everyone taking the money and running away. That is an obvious crime. Although everyone present is worthy of being shot 10 times for blatant corruption, it is within the scope of permission. If you directly divide the wealth accumulated by British India, everyone will have to consider emigrating. Alan Wilson stated that everyone still has to serve the empire and master the methods. While taking into account personal interests, we must never fail to consider the British Empire. Alan Wilson, who had returned from further studies in his hometown and waved a Royal Bank of Scotland certificate, did not show his superiority, but humbly stated that there was a feasible solution, which was to build a large-scale gentleman. Opportunities are fleeting, and we have to think of a way. Is there any unsustainable way to make all indicators look very good in a short period of time? After all, if British India really becomes independent one day, what we hope to see is that independent India is not as good as British India. Alan Wilson expressed his concerns. No one wants to see the colony getting better and better after independence, right? If India develops very well after independence, doesn't it prove that the gentlemen have governed India poorly? Cement and steel are consumables, but gold is not. As for the rupee, it's essentially a piece of waste paper. The chief executive of Bengal thought for a while and said, our Bengal region is now divided into two parts, with two religions in the majority. The western part of Greater Bengal is an important jute producing area, and East Bengal is the textile industry center of British India. Therefore, our Bengal province, Assam province, can only make construction and transportation. Alan Wilson nodded in understanding. The Greater Bengal region was the most important economic zone in British India. Kolkata had long been the administrative center of British India and was now an important town. It could not be said that it had not developed, but its importance was not as high as that of Delhi and was ignored. Kolkata, the central city of the region, was originally established as the temporary capital of British India and has since gradually developed into the commercial center of all of India. The real fatal blow to Kolkata was the subsequent partition of India and Pakistan. After the partition of India and Pakistan, the overall Greater Bengal no longer existed, but was divided into two hostile countries with different religions. The jute producing area and the processing center became two countries. Mountbatten once said that once the partition of India and Pakistan began, East Pakistan would become the world's largest slum kiln. But in fact, the place where the Bengalis live is the place with the largest economic output in the entire subcontinent, so it is naturally unique. After the partition of India and Pakistan, Pakistan and West Pakistan were almost import economies. Where did the money come from? It was earned by East Pakistan, which was later Bangladesh, through export earnings. Because East Pakistan had been paying, but could not leave wealth, the long-term unfairness eventually caused the fuse of Pakistan's internal strife. Bengal has always been the textile center of South Asia and an important jute-producing area. Alan Wilson asked the chief executive of Bengal, "Dear Mr. Andrew, I want to know the religious population ratio of Greater Bengal. There are more peaceful believers, but Bengalis are essentially a nation, just with different religions." The chief executive of Bengal replied, "This is a fact that everyone knows. In fact, after half a year, there have been some changes in British India, such as the change of the chief executive of Bengal. There are still some provincial heads who chose to leave British India after the war. This time when Alan Wilson came back, he found that at least 5 or 6 chief executives had changed. Some people have left British India, while others have changed places and are no longer in their original provinces. The issue of large-scale construction cannot be discussed in a short time. It must be discussed for a certain period of time, and then a mature plan can be formulated. If this is in the local area, Alan Wilson estimates that it will take a year or two for a so-called mature plan to be introduced. But in British India, the many chief executives and commissioners who are eager to fight will definitely not take so long. Although this is true, there will definitely be no results today. On the contrary, the idea of agriculture is much simpler. Under Sir Barron's careful preparation, the united and stable group of British Indian civil servants decided to eat and talk. After all, they were talking about the issue of everyone's meals. How could they not eat? Although the agricultural issue was not so complicated, when it came to the issue of meals, a true gentleman would be more cautious at that time. As for the intention to promote cotton planting in the spring, to meet the needs of the local textile industry, not all voices are in favor. For example, the chief executive of the central province has doubts about this. Alan, in fact, the grain production situation in British India this year is not optimistic. Although the drought will not last long, because we have given priority to the supply of grain to the local area, the warehouses in British India are actually empty. If the climate is bad, there will be a food crisis and famine. The Bengal famine has only been over for a few years. Will it cause a rebound among Indians? Why should there be a rebound? Agriculture depends on the weather. Indians don't blame the weather or their laziness, but blame us. Alan Wilson said in confusion, while holding a wine glass. This is simply outrageous. There are so many granaries there. Who said it is empty? Indians don't know that it is full. British India has enough food to survive any natural disaster. Full. Greet was stunned. How can this be said? It is not enough to just declare it. Once a famine occurs, food will definitely be needed to balance the food price. What if it cannot be taken out? When that time comes, just find a few people to burn down the warehouses and say that the food was deliberately destroyed by some people. For example, anti-British element who sympathize with the Indian National Army. If all else fails, we can blame it on the Muslim League. Alan Wilson said this and secretly sighed that this was a really good idea. He poured the whiskey in his hand into his mouth as a compliment to himself. As for whether to blame it on the sympathizers of the Indian National Army or the Muslim League, we need to look at the problem flexibly. We can release news at the same time, saying that it was the Muslim League that did it to the Hindus, and that it was the sympathizers of the National Army to the elites. According to different positions, different groups will naturally accept the statements they are willing to believe. This is not a big problem, but Alan Wilson still added, Punjab should not join the cotton planting plan, so that the granary is stable and everyone doesn't have to worry. Greet also felt that there was some truth in it, and nodded to himself. That's right. According to common sense, natural disasters will not come for 2 consecutive years. That makes sense. I think so too. There will not be 2 consecutive disaster years. If it really happens, Indians should reflect on why their Lord Shiva punishes Indians so much. It must be that Indians are not firm in their faith. Alan Wilson teased his colleagues around him with a smile. Haha. The chief executives and commissioners around laughed heartily. The last dinner tasted good. Alan Wilson felt that he had considered the compromise plan as much as possible, so he did not let Punjab, the granary of British India, join in with goodwill. This is already the biggest concession. If there is a minor accident, it is God's responsibility. Natural disasters can't be related to me, right? As for the food in Punjab, if it must be exported in exchange for foreign exchange, it has nothing to do with him. Those are all decisions made in London, and the civil servants of British India are just executors. The agricultural policy for next year was happily decided at the reception. To plant cash crops, we must find a way to make Indian farmers rich first. Only when farmers are rich can we better promote the development of British India. From the perspective of profit, this decision is not wrong at all. As long as there are no natural disasters, there will be no problem. Back to the first civil servant reception in British India. Alan Wilson was welcomed by many colleagues. With the beginning of a happy start, everyone smiled from the heart. It took only a reception to determine the agricultural policy of British India next year. It can be said that it reflects excellent efficiency. If it is spread to London, it will definitely make the local colleagues who are doing nothing ashamed. The agricultural plan is just an appetizer. The industry with little oil and water is the most concerned thing for civil servants. Chapter 182. Concentrate on major events. But even if it is a big construction plan that is not a good plan, it still requires everyone's hard work. You can't make a plan full of loopholes, otherwise it will be seen by the middle and lower level Indian civil servants, right? So this plan must be grand, and it must be believable and sincere. You can't just open a plan and spend money. Alan Wilson's proposition has been agreed upon by senior civil servants in British India. So at the end of the year, the Christmas party, the British civil servants are not just eating, they also have fun and work, and do their best to contribute to the development of India. Many senior civil servants are old predecessors. Although Alan Wilson is the assistant commissioner, he is not picky about these predecessors. For example, the road construction plan of Bengal province has a mature overall view. If you don't consider that the Ganges Delta always floods, resulting in a short life of roads and bridges. And once India is divided, Greater Bengal will be divided into 2 countries. The bridges will belong to Pakistan, the built roads will definitely be abandoned, and there are many other reasons. This is a perfect plan. Storm surges in the Ganges Delta are mostly caused by hurricanes, which are formed by a strongly developed low-pressure center. In sync with the summer monsoon, tropical cyclones prevail from mid-May to mid-September each year. During this period, there are many convective rains and typhoon rains, often with lightning and thunder, and heavy rains. The Ganges Delta is low-lying with an average altitude of only 10 meters. The area near the Bay of Bengal is less than 10 meters above sea level. The river network is dense and the coastline is funnel-shaped. Storm surges are not easy to disperse and gather near the mouth of the Ganges, forming a strong tide that rushes to the Ganges Delta plain, which can easily cause large-scale flooding. Hurricanes and heavy rains are common in the Ganges Delta. The geographical factors here should also be credited to the Himalayas. The precipitation in the entire Ganges River basin during the rainy season is outrageous, and the Ganges Delta is a high incidence area. Once a flood occurs, it is not a sensational thing to kill 100,000 or 200,000 people. But even so, the impact plain of the Ganges Delta is still the treasure land of the Ganges. After the partition of India and Pakistan, the mouth of the Ganges fell into the hands of other countries, which seriously affected the development of the Ganges River basin. It is equivalent to the Yangtze River basin being under control, but the river mouth from Hujing to Modu is lost. What kind of development is this? Different provinces have different advantages. The construction of Bengal is mainly based on roads and bridges. Delhi and Mumbai can also have their own projects. Since they are the top two cities, the capital and the import and export trade center, it should not be excessive to develop real estate, right? A natural resource distribution map immediately appeared in front of Alan Wilson and the senior civil servants of British India. From the map in front of them, the gentlemen who were closely united probably had a rough idea. India's current industrial zones and resource allocation are actually in the northeastern region near the mouth of the Ganges. The industrial zone centered on Kolkata is currently the most powerful industrial zone in British India. Therefore, this major construction is mainly to strengthen the Kolkata industrial zone. As for Delhi and Mumbai, just build houses. Once the partition of India and Pakistan occurs, the Kolkata industrial zone will collapse. No wonder Nehru strongly opposed the partition of India and Pakistan when it was first proposed. It turned out that it was where the Bengalis lived and the essence of the entire British India. The industrial zone centered on Kolkata was the earliest industrial zone formed in British India. Hemp spinning and machinery were the two major industrial sectors in this zone. The Ganges Delta is the jute production area of India, and Kolkata is the hemp textile industry center of India, as well as the machinery manufacturing industry center. Kolkata is the largest city in the Ganges Delta, and has long been the largest city in South Asia. However, all of this will say goodbye with the partition of India and Pakistan, and is destined to decline due to political reasons. Northeast. The same direction. What a great place. Alan Wilson stretched out his hand to rub his chin, and suddenly thought of an old industrial area. The basic conditions were so similar that he directly decided to make it the core area of the construction. He said to his colleagues around him, "Gentlemen, this is an era of reconciliation. Kolkata is full of diverse charms. It should be the most prosperous place in British India, right? Compared with other places, this is a heavy industrial area. The development of heavy industry requires a lot of capital investment, a lot of money, a lot of investment." This sentence attracted the attention of all the chief executives. But if Kolkata is focused on as the center of the construction, won't other provinces not get their share? How can that be possible? Faced with such objections, Alan Wells signaled to stay calm and said, "Gentlemen, now is the time to unite. If the Indians knew what we are like now, they would laugh at us. We should not limit ourselves to the gains and losses of a city or a place, because it is very likely that there is no room for us to display our talents in the whole of British India. The advantage of concentrating our efforts on major tasks is that when all eyes are on one place, everyone makes his or her own contribution, and of course everyone has his or her own share. Gentlemen, this is not an ordinary time. We are in the same boat now." The chief executive of Bengal province, Greet, also said, "Pool all the funds of British India together. The movement of every fund is under your eyes. You can send people to Kolkata to closely monitor the movement of funds. Of course we have to carry out large-scale construction in a planned manner. For example, we must strictly build supporting factories in the residential areas of Hindus and the residential areas of peaceful believers. To use a popular metaphor, we want to give Hindus a lock, but the key must be in the hands of peaceful believers, and vice versa. Alan Wilson explained calmly that the advantage of this is that once the partition of India and Pakistan begins, the entire Calcutta industrial zone will collapse as a whole. Even if it doesn't end all at once, there will be no major development. London is still hesitant about British India, but the people present are all civil servants of British India. Everyone knows that Ali Jinnah has publicly announced more than once that he will never stay in the same country with Hindus. This resolute attitude did not change, even when he was assassinated, but became more determined. When thinking of the distribution of the two major religions, when looking at the Calcutta industrial zone, everyone can see the difference. We are also trying to bridge the contradictions between the two religions. Just like what Alan said, this is an era of reconciliation. The chief executive of Bengal province, Greet, nodded in understanding, and then said loudly, "This is not just a matter for Kolkata or Bengal province. The glory belongs to the whole of British India, including any religion." Yes, that's right. The chief executives of various provinces responded positively, so the key areas for this major construction have been determined. What remains is what kind of support each province can provide. Alan Wilson is not an expert in this regard, and he needs these chief executives to introduce it. Looking at his colleagues who spoke freely, Alan Wilson was quite proud. The counterpart assistance appeared in British India, which should be regarded as a feat of his own. The two sides should carry out multi-level and all-round cooperation in poverty alleviation assistance, economic and technological cooperation and talent exchange in accordance with the principle of complementing each other's strengths, mutual benefit, long-term cooperation and common development. However, the difference is that the Kolkata industrial zone itself is the most important industrial zone in British India. Therefore, the current counterpart assistance is that the backward areas help the rich areas to become richer. The main goal of the large-scale construction plan is to drain all the funds and talents from other provinces and focus on the construction of the Kolkata industrial zone. I hope this place will become the most competitive place in British India. This is all for the better future of British India. However, if there are twists and turns in the future that no one wants to see, such as the partition of India and Pakistan, all the funds and construction will naturally go down the drain. But there is absolutely no responsibility for the gentleman present here. It is well known that this large-scale construction plan is well-intentioned, and it even has the intention of bridging the gap between Hindus and peaceful believers and promoting unity. If the two groups of people are going to separate and live separately in the future, causing the disintegration of the entire Kolkata industrial zone, the responsibility naturally cannot fall on the gentleman present. If you want to blame it, blame the selfishness of the Congress Party and the Muslim League. There is already a general framework, and Alan Wilson quickly sent the preliminary plan to Sir Baron. Once Sir Baron approved, he would report to British India. Holding the draft of the major construction plan, Sir Baron asked a few questions. This draft is very detailed, but what if London proposes that the Calcutta industrial zone will become a competitor in this major construction plan? Sir Baron, this is a long-term development plan. My colleagues and I all believe that now is the time to tap the potential of British India. There is strength in numbers. I believe that, if we mobilize enthusiasm, the 10-year development plan can be launched at the same time within a year. Alan Wilson explained calmly, "We have worked in British India for many years, and have deep feelings for this land. We are eager to see earth-shaking changes here. Okay, I will send this draft to Sir Edward immediately. Don't leave yet. First, explain some key points that may not be thought of by the locals." Sir Baron nodded and called Alan Wilson, who was about to leave. "Oh, I see." Alan Wilson stayed very obediently. The annotated document must be sent to the cabinet secretary. The draft of the Daejeon project traveled across half the world via invisible radio waves, reached the European continent, and soon landed on Edward Bridges' desk. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Christmas Dinner. Also on Edward Bridges' desk was a note about this large-scale construction plan. Under the current circumstances, if British India is regarded as the lowest level raw material supplier, the rapid pull on the mainland is extremely limited. The most important thing is that it may take a lot of time. Alan Wilson hopes that the British mainland can recover within 1 or 2 years, at least before the establishment of NATO in history, so that the British will have much more options to recover their national strength. Whether it can even recover before the Soviet Union depends on how much money the United British civil servants can squeeze out of British India. Alan Wilson actually has some confidence in this. Once the large-scale construction starts, it will not only not drag down the country in a short period of time, but will increase demand and lead to economic overheating. In the long run, it will definitely be a big step and cause trouble, but there is no long-term plan now. He does not believe that there will be any problems with the overheating of the British Indian economy in 2 or 3 years. As for the problems after the independence of British India, the responsibility is naturally Nehru and Ali Jinnah. Why did various indicators rise steadily when the British were there, but when you became the masters of your own house, an economic crisis occurred? Independent South Asian local elites should reflect on this, instead of complaining about the heavens, the earth, or the air. This kind of multifaceted annotation naturally appeared on Edward Bridges' desk to avoid the possibility that the respected and professional cabinet secretary would respond unfavorably when making suggestions to the Prime Minister. Regarding the large-scale construction plan of the Kolkata industrial zone, there are also annotations on the population ratio of the 2 major religions in the area, as well as the distribution of industrial zones. The annotation also stated that the mainstream view of the entire Muslim League is that if British India succeeds in independence, it will never live in the same country with Hindus. Jinnah, how did it become like this? After returning to British India, Edward Bridges certainly knew that among the voices for British India's independence, the overwhelming majority was the opinion of retaining the subjectivity of British India. That is to say, unlike the telegram, the London government still believes that it is most cost-effective to preserve British India from division. However, Edward Bridges had learned through various channels about the attitude of the Muslim League towards British India, and knew that Ali Jinnah would never agree to this. Then, looking at this Calcutta construction plan, the cabinet secretary could appreciate the good intentions of his subordinates. Putting away the construction plan, Edward Bridges has begun to think about how to respond to Prime Minister Attlee's inquiry. Of course, the cabinet secretary has more to consider. The linkage between the German-British occupied zone and British India is also one of Edward Bridges' considerations. At least it can be concluded that these civil servants in British India have felt that they can no longer suppress South Asia and are considering the final madness. If it is really impossible to retain the British Empire's rule over British India, Edward Bridges does not object to doing so. At least one benefit is obvious, that is, the independence of British India cannot serve as a model for other colonies. If British India's independence is very bad, it may be possible to extinguish the voices of resistance in some colonies in a short period of time. After all, the lessons of the past are not far away. In New Delhi, the capital of British India, the annual Christmas dinner is in progress. The war is over, and peace has come. All the people attending the Christmas dinner at the governor's mansion are well dressed. Under the lights and the feasting, the evil capitalism and the poverty of the vast majority of British India form a sharp contrast. General Mountbatten also attended the Christmas dinner and reluctantly brought Pamela Mountbatten, who had been clamoring to come. When Pamela Mountbatten arrived at the governor's mansion, she disappeared in an instant. Mountbatten was not worried about the safety of the governor's mansion because he knew where his daughter was. Oh, who asked that question? Outside the banquet hall, Pamela Mountbatten chased after Alan Wilson, who was grinning, and finally panted awkwardly, "No, except for you, a bad guy, who would have any interest in me. I just want to ask, I have to say something. I dare not stay in there, your father is there." Alan Wilson just blurted out a question, but did not expect to get the answer. He held Pamela Mountbatten's hand, and did not let go. "It's still free here, at least it avoids embarrassment." "What's embarrassing? I'm 16 years old," Pamela Mountbatten said with her chest puffed out. Some words can't be listened to carefully, otherwise there will be ambiguity. Alan Wilson still maintained basic gentlemanly manners, did not think too deeply, and just said, "Your father is also for your own good, don't make him angry. What are you pretending for? You just asked me that question. If you have time, why don't you think about how to work?" A bare hand came and grabbed Alan Wilson's ear and pulled it gently. Pamela Mountbatten said unhappily, "This is slander. I have been thinking about work all the time, since I came back." Alan Wilson felt wronged. Just today, he inquired about the location of the banknote printing machine production line in British India, and was ready to follow the example of Chittagong. When British India was in chaos and Britain had to leave, he would launch a quantitative easing policy that was ahead of its time. I remember that before the Battle of the Yangtze River, the banknote printing machines in the Kuomintang controlled areas worked overtime day and night, almost at full capacity, and the 16 banknote printing production lines were almost smoking. Alan Wilson believed that he would never do the same as Chittagong, making a joke comparable to Zimbabwe. Just overissue 4 or 5 times the rupee to increase the economic vitality of British India, otherwise it would be too mean. Of course, if the currency depreciates due to natural disasters, Alan Wilson cannot be blamed. Really? Pamela Mountbatten tilted her head and said with an expression that said, "I believe you." "Then why don't you dare to go in? You go in first, I'll wait. It's cool outside." Alan Wilson said sincerely, "I'm definitely not afraid of your father. I'm just worried that it's difficult for you, you know." I know very well." Pamela Mountbatten rolled her eyes at Alan Wilson and jumped back to the hall. Alan Wilson breathed a sigh of relief, and Andy came out of the hall. Commissioner John is waiting for you." "I know, Andy. I heard that you have a good life in Hyderabad." Alan Wilson patted the shoulder of the visitor and encouraged him. "But I also heard that something seemed to have happened, and it was Mir Osman Ali Khan who helped you calm it down. I don't mean to blame you, but if you want a woman, it's better to pay. Don't force it." "Not even willing to pay. This is very embarrassing for the colonists. It's simply the style of the early Latins who just arrived in America. It's very despicable. Not only is it embarrassing, but it also ruins the possibility of pursuing Alyssa. Think about Alice's natural red hair. Wouldn't it smell good when driving? Losing the big for the small." Although Andy was unlikely to win Alice's heart, it was at least theoretically possible. Now even the theoretical possibility is gone. Alan Wilson, who was also the commissioner of Hyderabad, was worried about his subordinates in Hyderabad. With a sigh, Alan Wilson felt that the time was about right, and the time had passed, so he stepped into the hall. The commissioner of Junagadh was still waiting inside. The conversation with the commissioner of the princely state naturally had nothing to do with the big construction plan. After all, the princely state was a place indirectly influenced by British India. There was no direct ruling body, so it was naturally not so easy to plunder. There was more than one princely state commissioner waiting, John, and there was also the commissioner of Mysore, Powell. Mysore was located in the southwest of the Indian subcontinent. It was a kingdom centered on the current Mysore city, adjacent to Portuguese Goa. In 1799, the kingdom of Mysore became an Indian princely state under the East India Company. The British and Hyderabad forces attacked the kingdom of Mysore. Hyderabad has always been an ally of the British in South Asia, so how could Alan Wilson not help Ali Khan? After the defeat of Mysore, part of its territory was divided between the East India Company and Hyderabad. The remaining territory was reorganized into the Mysore state. The hatred at the time would not last until now. As a powerful state in British India, the Mysore state, like the Hyderabad state, could have its own say. Why should it listen to Nehru? "Oh, long time no see, Alan." Seeing Alan Wilson coming over, John Brereton, the commissioner of the Junagadh state, opened his arms, gave him a warm hug, and said with the feeling of reunion after a long separation, "After more than half a year, you are finally back. I remember you said, when you left, that you would come back, and you really did it. My gratitude to the Congress Party makes me want to come back all the time." Alan Wilson said with a smile and a double meaning, then turned his gaze to Powell, the commissioner of the Mysore state next to him, and said, "You are Powell. To be honest, I have only heard of you. When we had a party in Hyderabad before, you happened to be busy and didn't come. It's a pity." I heard John talked about you. You are more energetic than I thought. Powell said with a smile. He did not say that Alan Wilson was young, but instead said that he was very energetic. I'm also the commissioner of Maharaja Ali Khan. In fact, we can talk more freely. To be honest, we both serve the monarch of the princely state and have a lot in common. Alan Wilson said modestly, then took 3 glasses of wine from the tray of the passing waiter and said, let's talk slowly. Chapter 184. Britain and India are like brothers. Okay. John and Powell nodded at the same time. On the other side, the Governor General of British India and General Mountbatten were also discussing their own affairs. Pamela Mountbatten on the side was obviously not very happy, because General Mountbatten was looking forward to the day of returning to Europe and had been working for it. Now that the war was over, he still felt that he was more suitable for the mainland than living in British India. For this reason, after Japan surrendered, Mountbatten not only accepted the surrender, but also asked whether the mainland remembered him. Wait and see. Governor Wavell said that he would be patient. There were still many things to do in the mainland. The end of the war did not mean that the impact of the war would disappear immediately. On the other side, Alan Wilson was also talking about his own affairs. Whether the British Empire was in the hands of politicians or in the hands of civil servants was a good question. Alan Wilson knew that if Britain was limited to the British Isles, Britain was indeed in the hands of the elected government, but if it was the entire British Empire, it was undoubtedly in the civil service system. Basically, elected politicians were all in the mainland, while civil servants in the British Empire were all over the world. Generally, politicians would not serve in colonies. What if they just arrived and there was an early election in the local area? What if the political party changed? Wouldn't they have to go back as soon as they arrived? Of course, the emergence of airplanes as a means of transportation is not good news for overseas civil servants. It is much more convenient for politicians to travel freely than before. During World War II, civil servants in British India faced a shortage of staff. In addition to handing over some unimportant jobs to Indians, they could only think of ways to solve the problem internally. Exploring internal potential, students like Alan Wilson who were already in British India naturally became a reserve force. This was also the beginning of Alan Wilson's career, and it is a cherished memory when he thinks back now. Without the interference of annoying politicians, no one can now hinder the British Indian Civil Service Group and release India's bound potential. There are nearly 600 princely states in British India. Small and medium-sized princely states have limited ability to resist the Congress party. The only ones who can really rely on are the princely states of Hyderabad and Mysore. There are not as many as 600 princely states that have a large area, are self-contained and powerful. Including Kashmir, there are a total of 15. Hyderabad is the strongest among them, and Maharaja Ali Khan has sufficient financial resources. Let's not count Kashmir for now. Nehru will never let go of it. It is the origin of the Nehru family. Although the Hyderabad princely state is powerful enough, it has a disadvantage. That is, it has no outlet to the sea and is surrounded by the British Indian province. The Mysore princely state is next to Portuguese Goa. There is an anomalismus between the Hyderabad princely state and the Mysore princely state, which seems to be separated from the thin neck of land in the northeast of India in later generations. But this isolation is only symbolic. As long as Hyderabad and the Mysore princely state have a common position, that administrative isolation is almost non-existent. I haven't seen Pedro for a long time. I wonder if he is still working in Goa? If he is still, find a chance to meet him. Alan Wilson started the communication with such an opening remark. As early as the Brussels conference, Alan Wilson had used the issue of Portuguese Goa to entice Portugal to take responsibility. The effect was very obvious. The garrison in Portuguese Goa had reached 20,000 people. Obviously, the close ally of the British Empire was shouldering international responsibilities. Once the situation deteriorated, Alan Wilson even wanted to keep the backhand, not withdrawing part of the British troops stationed in India to the mainland, but leaving them in Portuguese Goa and continuing to exist in British India in name. The 3 princely commissioners naturally discussed the glorious future of the entire British India. After half a year, there would definitely be some changes in the entire subcontinent. Powell mentioned one thing, that French India seemed to be shrinking. The French are the least trustworthy. Alan Wilson began to accuse righteously, which was a precursor to escape. At the moment when the colonists all over the world wanted to unite, the French actually wanted to surrender. Alan Wilson's accusation completely ignored the fact that there were only a few enclave cities in French India. With such small interests, the French naturally had no need to wade into the muddy water. Now think of maintaining the direct unity of the colonists. How to settle the account of robbing French India during the 7 Years' War. If France had a piece of land as large as Portuguese Goa in British India, it would not want to just walk away. Although he knew that it was unreliable to rely on the French at the critical moment, Alan Wilson still hoped that the French would be stupid again and could provide some cover for Britain on the issue of the subcontinent. We still have to give the French some benefits. As long as France is in the subcontinent, it can help us a lot, even if it is only symbolic. Alan Wilson sighed and said, "It's disappointing that no Portuguese have international responsibilities." Speaking of Portugal, Alan, you have participated in the Brussels conference and should know the cause and effect. When Portugal announced that it would increase its troops in Goa and Belgium announced its support for the Netherlands to return to the East Indies, the news was really exciting. John said happily, the Dutch troop transport ship once stopped briefly in Mumbai, attracting many people to stop and watch. Even those people in the Congress party were silent. I never thought that one day we would need the armies of other countries to help us deter others. Alan Wilson smiled bitterly and shook his head, but it's better to have it than not. We need to measure India's resources and win the favor of other countries. At this moment, European countries must unite closely and hold their ground to avoid being taken advantage of by those two bastards. But in the short term, one bastard can't reach us, so we just need to be careful of one bastard. John and Powell both nodded in agreement and then talked happily about the Dutch warships firing in Jakarta at the end of October. The whole Jakarta turned into a sea of fire, and they believed that it would definitely deter the rebels to a certain extent. Let's not talk about this topic. This is a Dutch problem. Alan Wilson heard that thousands of Jakarta citizens died in the indiscriminate bombardment, so he changed the subject indifferently. The strength of the Dutch Navy is not worth mentioning in Europe, but that is in Europe. As a country with the East Indies as a colony, the Dutch Navy, no matter how poor it is not comparable to the colonies. Alan Wilson only mentioned the bombardment of Jakarta as a deterrent at the Brussels conference. He did not expect that the old imperialist country, even if it was in decline, would still have the heart to do it. The bombardment was against the Netherlands, and the bombardment was against the Indonesians. This matter had nothing to do with Alan Wilson from beginning to end. Besides, we are talking about the issue of British India now. Isn't it off topic to talk about the Dutch? The only aspect of the whole matter related to Britain is that two former British warships also participated in the bombardment. Britain supports the Netherlands' return to Asia, but considering that the Netherlands may not be able to handle it, and also because the war is over, the Royal Navy has a batch of warships that need to be retired, so the Queen Elizabeth-class battleship Warrior was leased to the Dutch Navy for use. Although the Warrior is a battleship from the First World War, its displacement of 30,000 tons and its 15-inch main gun are not fake. What is the result of coastal cities facing such a main gun? The soldiers within the range of the battleship's main gun in the Battle of Shanghai have the most say. The remaining fleet was used to select several light warships from the Far East Fleet of British India and handed them over to the Dutch Navy. Alan Wilson did not object to this. If British India became independent, many of the warships of the Far East Fleet would definitely be left to India as a legacy. Instead of doing this, it would be better to give them to the Netherlands. At least the Dutch paid for them. What was quite surprising about the whole thing was that the battleship Warrior was actually leased to the Dutch Navy. Although it was not sold, it can be seen that Britain is absolutely serious about supporting other colonial countries and sharing firepower for itself. This is very different from history and can be regarded as very proactive. Of course, this is also related to the British Malaya Plan. It is profitable to use British Malaya as a base to support the Netherlands and France in their wars. It would be better to let the Portuguese carry the national flag and go to Jakarta. That would be even better. Alan Wilson turned the topic back to Portugal. There are more than 20,000 Portuguese garrisons in Goa now. It would be a waste to keep them. It would be better to carry the national flag to the East Indies, to show presence and demonstrate the unity of European countries. When you have time, communicate with the Portuguese governor's office and say that old friends are back and the issues that were not resolved in Hyderabad can now be discussed. Then I'll find time to talk to Pedro. John nodded and said, I wonder when the submarine will arrive. Maharaja Salman Khan is very much looking forward to it. When I first told him about it, he was a little reluctant, but then he figured it out. If the princely state territory cannot be kept, the money will be lost sooner or later. Maharaja Salman Khan's idea is very correct. Powell nodded in agreement, and then said, then I will maintain a close relationship with Goa, train with the Portuguese army, and expect Portugal support when necessary. It will be necessary in the future. Now we can only do it secretly. Alan Wilson corrected, after discussing with the Congress party, I will find an opportunity to have a good talk with all the respected Maharajas. Talk with the Congress party? Talk about what? John said in surprise. Alan, it was Nehru who drove you away. Don't spread such rumors without any beginning or end. I have always respected Mr. Nehru very much. Alan Wilson's face was stern, and he denied it flatly. The Congress party is a close brother of civil servants. Chapter 185 I'm not interested in money. This. John and Powell were both dumbfounded. Could it be that the gentleman in front of them was so rare? Soon they realized how outrageous their idea was. Alan Wilson then said, it is better for the great construction plan to be approved by the Congress party. Of course, even if it is not approved, we will promote it. But it is better to do less than more. It is worth our effort to reduce some resistance. We cannot be so selfish. We cannot close the dialogue channel just because Nehru drove me back to Europe. This is not a solution to the problem. The current British India still needs the support of the Congress party. After all, the Congress party still hopes to take over a complete British India. And the voice that London has revealed to the Congress party is also to try to preserve the integrity of British India. In this matter, the interests of the Congress party and Alan Wilson currently overlap. Since there is an overlap of interests, don't make things too ugly. That's not gentlemanly at all. I see. The two nodded at the same time. Alan Wilson, who became the assistant commissioner, did not forget the embarrassment of being driven out of British India, but just temporarily ignored it. That's right, it's absolutely temporary. Alan Wilson thought so in his heart, but it was just not the right time. Talking with the Congress party did not mean that the affairs of the princely states would be settled. The mountains of light weapons in Europe still had to find a market. Even if the princely states could not withstand the attack of the Congress party would have to suppress the bandits for 3 to 5 years. It would save them from causing trouble all the time. Considering the northern big country that suppressed bandits at the same time, Alan Wilson felt that using this standard to apply to the Congress party was already a great respect for the Congress party. He made such an assessment because of Nehru. In-depth communication with the princely states was scheduled after meeting with the Congress party. Things had to be done one by one, and there should be no impatient thoughts. Once impatient, things would be difficult to handle. After the plan was set, Alan Wilson and several commissioners joined the Christmas dinner cocktail party. This is a great country. I don't know how long we will have good days. Alan Wilson sighed with nostalgia. Then he got busy. Seeing that General Mountbatten had finished 3 rounds of drinks and had no time to worry about his daughter, Pamela Mountbatten slipped out again and said with an unhappy face, my father just said that he would find a way to transfer back to Europe. Don't worry, Pamela, isn't there any news yet? Alan Wilson thought carefully. It seemed that Mountbatten did return to Europe after the war, but he was immediately sent back by London to preside over the separation of British India. In the final analysis, it was because of General Mountbatten's ability to dance with his sleeves, hoping to bring out this tray so that the British Empire could leave in a decent manner. For this reason, Mountbatten was even given full power over British India, and he could make independent decisions without the consent of London. This full power was given by Mountbatten to make things difficult for the London government in order not to return to British India, but the London government still agreed. It depends on how you think about it. If General Mountbatten can get this full power, it will definitely be a good thing for Alan Wilson, which is equivalent to unlocking the shackles on the entire group of British Indian civil servants. So that there is no need to report to London now, prepare a large amount of written materials, and wait for London's decision. At that time, all we need to do is to deal with Mountbatten, who has returned. Isn't it up to us to decide what to do? However, Pamela Mountbatten is here, so Alan Wilson certainly can't say that going back is a good choice, but asks the girl what she means. I hope London has ignored my father's activities. I don't want to go back now. Pamela Mountbatten rolled her eyes at Alan Wilson and muttered softly, "Of course, this is our common wish." Alan Wilson promised with deep affection and hypocrisy. As for Mir Osman Ali Khan, he immediately handed over the gift that Alan Wilson brought back to Pamela Mountbatten. "I don't want money. Why do you always give me money?" Pamela Mountbatten shook her head and refused. "I don't want any money, at least someone will keep it. I'm the only one in my family." Alan Wilson muttered, "I really can't live without a woman around me." Then Pamela Mountbatten took the Wilson family's private property and kept it for Alan Wilson. A few days before and after Christmas, the early headquarters of the Congress Party was in Kolkata. At that time, Kolkata was still the capital of British India, so the Congress Party must be familiar with the area to be built. Why talk to the Congress Party instead of the Muslim League? It is because the Congress Party has unrealistic expectations for the preservation of a unified British India, and the various voices revealed by the London government have deepened this unrealistic expectation. And Ali Jinnah's Muslim League is to establish a peaceful believer's own country, now temporarily stabilizing the majority Congress Party and making it enthusiastic about the large-scale construction plan is more in line with Alan Wilson's interests. If the great construction fails in the future, there will naturally be an obvious scapegoat, the Muslim League, to be used as a scapegoat. The blame will not be placed on the British Empire, and the relationship between the two countries after independence can be provoked, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. The person who negotiated with the Congress Party was Nehru, not Gandhi, because Gandhi himself was averse to industrialization and was extremely enthusiastic about pastoral life. According to his idea, India after independence should be a large rural area where people live in harmony. If you want to find a more suitable country for comparison, the ideals pursued are similar to those of the Confederate States of America, which has already perished. We must take the path of an agricultural power. However, even if the Confederate States of America existed, it would follow a route similar to that of France. Alan Wilson did not think that British India was similar to an agricultural power. No matter how much food is grown, without considering the huge population consumption, how to become an agricultural power. Unlike Gandhi, Nehru was very enthusiastic about industry, and because he had been to the Soviet Union, he was deeply impressed by the Soviet Union's rapid development. If it weren't for the entanglement of feudal forces in British India, he might even turn independent India into a country similar to the Soviet Union. With Nehru, who was extremely enthusiastic about industry, the governor's office naturally would not talk to Gandhi, who wanted to turn India into a big rural area. Before the formal communication, one person finally got the opportunity to meet with the new assistant commissioner, that is, Britain's representative on the snowy plateau, Legislation. Regarding that barren plateau, my personal meaning is to be ready to cash out, and all work is based on interests. Bring down as much gold as you can. Alan Well gave a certain route planning to the Black Hand of the colonial empire, reaching out to the sacred and inviolable territory in his previous life. Mr. Allen, we have invested many years of energy in the snowy plateau. Legislation asked puzzledly, why are you saying it so lightly now? We invested huge energy because British India is an important part of the British Empire, and now the voices of British India's independence are too loud. We have to wait for London's decision to judge the future positioning of British India. If this important colony is independent, why should we help the Indians to fight for their interests? Isn't this the nobles working for the common people? Alan Wilson calmly dropped a cigarette, took a puff, and said with an intoxicated look, we have invested many years of energy for money. If British India can't be preserved, what are we doing staying on the deserted plateau? To be closer to heaven? To experience the pleasure of difficulty breathing? The new assistant commissioner told the representative who was hiding in the snowy plateau for the British Empire not to talk to him about ideals. He only wanted to make money now. Withdraw all the Indians to me, and I will give you certain privileges. You must try to get as much gold as possible from there. This is the greatest ideal. If Li Jisheng still cares about his ideals, then Alan Wilson can only replace this person with a representative who focuses on making money, and let Li Jisheng commit suicide by shooting himself in the back with dozens of bullets. Do business, make money. Li Jisheng repeated Alan Wilson's instructions. It must be said that the idea of this new assistant commissioner is really simple and clear. That's right. It's mainly about making money. Alan Wilson nodded in approval. Anyway, they are all leaving. They can't let India take over the influence of the British Empire on the plateau, right? This is not possible. Even if Chiang Gong's artillery party has a little ambition, as long as they are willing to spend real money, Alan Wilson will dare to follow the deeds of his predecessor Mark Malone, before leaving British India and redraw a line that is beneficial to China. It doesn't matter. It's for making money. It's not shabby. Anyway, it's India that suffers, and it has nothing to do with him as a British. Unfortunately, history has proved that the artillery party is just like Alan Wilson now, and they don't want anything except making money. It's a waste of his good intentions. After deciding on the details of the account split, Alan Wilson had nothing to talk about with Li Jisheng. He had no interest in the place closest to heaven. Apart from the cold and lack of oxygen, he could not think of anything else. After discussing the matter with Li Jisheng, Alan Wilson saw off the British Commissioner Burgess and the Commissioner of British Seal Donald Maclean before negotiating with the Congress Party, hoping that they would have a smooth journey in their new positions. I heard that there is a kind of mine called jade in northern Burma. The Kachin people should know about it. I hope Burgess will take care of it. Alan Wilson slapped his head as if he had just remembered something and gave careful instructions. Alan, you have to pay attention to it, right? Burgess said helplessly. Are you putting too much emphasis on money? I'm not interested in money. It's Pamela who likes that kind of stone. Alan Wilson denied it flatly. Chapter 186 Nehru is coming. Oh, it's Pamela. Burgess gave Alan Wilson a meaningful look, letting him understand it for himself. Alan Wilson actually thinks that jade is a symbol of IQ tax, but there is such a nation in this world, and there is something called jade culture. It just so happens that there are many such ethnic groups in British Malaya. In terms of production alone, if diamonds are an IQ tax, jade is a more explicit IQ tax, especially for the Chinese. The diamond reserves are huge, and if you average it out to everyone in the world, everyone still has 1 carat. The industrial value of diamonds is very low, and it only has an irreplaceable position in the tool and abrasive industry. The popularity of diamonds is the result of De Beers marketing. In ancient times, diamonds were mainly produced in India, and the output was extremely low, so they were precious. After the discovery of the South African diamond mine, the diamond reserves rose sharply. De Beers judged the situation and took over the ownership of the South African diamond mine, limiting the shipment volume, creating the illusion that diamonds were in short supply. The jade veins are tens of thousands of square kilometers, and the production of jade is calculated in tens of thousands of tons per year. It is normal for a single raw stone to be several tons or dozens of tons, and it should not have such a high price at all. Alan Wilson did not think that jade was precious. He just wanted to imitate the Amberoom, a treasure of the Russian Empire, and build a set of furniture for himself as decoration when it was still worthless. Alan Wilson thought this idea was not excessive. Now Myanmar was also a colony of the British Empire. If the locals were willing to help him realize this little dream, considering the mountains of weapons piled up in European countries after the war, he could expand his support for these ethnic armed forces and exchange scrap iron for broken stones. Besides, this kind of IQ tax mainly depends on marketing. If the main advertising is strong enough, who says it can't become popular in Europe and the United States? If we consider that Myanmar became independent in 1948, Alan Wilson would work hard to delay it for 1 year, and there would be 3 years to transport these broken stones out. The dream of the Jade House should not be a problem. It's just that the new British Burmese commissioner did not understand his painstaking efforts, and did not understand that this kind of thing was useful for social stability. As long as the advertising was exaggerated, there would be women chasing after glittering things. Considering Burgess's identity as a spy, Alan Wilson did not reveal too much confidential information. Before Burgess arrived in Yangon, Alan Wilson had contacted local civil servants to inquire about the situation of local Indian National Army prisoners of war. Some of these prisoners of war have survived the abuse of the Burmese. Coincidentally, the date of this communication with the Congress Party is close to the date of the final trial of the Indian National Army. It is said that another Indian soldier mutinied, and of course it was quickly resolved without surprise. If there is a risk of another mutiny, according to Alan Wilson's idea, there will be no trial, and the Burmese will be allowed to act at their convenience and kill all these Japanese lackeys. Of course, after careful consideration, Alan Wilson decided to see the result of the communication with the Congress Party. If there is a good result, let these Indian National Army soldiers who pursue national independence live a few more days. If the result is not satisfactory, don't blame the Axis-affiliated forces for liquidation. How to make the Congress Party have some scruples in the next 2 to 3 years has always been what Alan Wilson thought about when he set foot on this land again. Perhaps within the scope of British India, it may be inappropriate to take a tough attitude at present. However, the British Empire is not just the colony of British India. There are many other colonies. This involves another question, that is, what is the role of Indians in the colonies of the British Empire? Not counting the colonies of Australia and Canada, that share the same language and culture. British India is very important in the British Empire, and of course it can also exchange for some privileges, such as acting as a local force, to maintain British colonial rule in other British colonies. If the Congress Party dares to take an uncooperative attitude, the wave of typography may not be far away. As the Assistant Commissioner of British India, Alan Wilson cannot manage other colonies, but he can still intervene in the nearby surroundings. For example, Aden, the Yemeni city of Aden, is located at the southwestern end of the Arabian Peninsula. It controls the gateway from the Red Sea to the Indian Ocean. It is known as the maritime transportation hub of Europe, Asia, and Africa, and is also a world-famous port. Yemen is on the Arabian Peninsula, and seems to have nothing to do with British India, but in fact Aden is part of British India, but it does not often appear on the map. Aden was occupied by the British, and became a British colony. The British East India Company built a fuel coal warehouse in Aden to add fuel to the passing steam engines in the Aden settlement under the Bombay jurisdiction. It was not until 1937 that it was separated from the jurisdiction of British India, just like Burma. Because it is a transit station for Bombay, there are many Indians working in Aden. If the Congress Party does not obey, Alan Wilson may have to send a telegram to the Aden Commissioner. While preparing for the meeting at the Governor's house, there was also a heated discussion within the Congress Party. Gandhi, as a representative who was carried out, had a wide range of influence, and was a signed board of the Congress Party. Naturally, he had a large number of followers. What are the ideals of these followers? In fact, it is similar to Gandhi himself. He hopes that after the independence of the entire British India, it will become a large rural area, where everyone lives in peace, and oppose the progress of industrialization. This concept is really nothing new in this era. There are many political parties that focus on agriculture. The Croatian armed forces that have been fighting with the Yugoslav motherland for a long time have this proposition. If it were a few decades later, Alan Wilson felt that the environmentalist parties in Europe that were obsessed with the idea should be considered the successors. Alan Wilson naturally could not know the internal discussions of the Congress Party, but it was also full of gunpowder. Gandhi himself insisted on non-violent non-cooperation, and Nehru certainly supported it, but he did not agree with it in his heart. But he was not like the former chairman of the Congress Party who defected to Japan, who had to fight a war with the British to establish a country by force. Nehru and Gandhi had completely opposite reactions to the news that the governor's office released that it would build a large-scale construction. Gandhi opposed it and thought it was another conspiracy of the British, while Nehru expressed support and thought it was a good thing after all. However, apart from their attitudes towards the construction, the two had a lot in common. For example, both believed that, if they were to become independent in the future, the entire British India should be independent to avoid being divided into two or more countries. When the two opinions were arguing endlessly, a third party's opinion naturally emerged. The third party's opinion believed that the main focus should be on the governor's office's claim to bridge the contradictions between the two major religions. The question then turned to the issue of the integrity of British India. If the rift between the two religions could be bridged, and the unity of the whole of India could be preserved, both Nehru and Gandhi agreed. The internal discussion this time finally decided to talk to the governor's house in New Delhi. Unlike the Congress Party, the Muslim League verbally opposed this major construction, but it did not turn into a demonstration. In this way, 4 days after the Christmas dinner, Alan Wilson, who represented the governor's house in New Delhi, waited for the Congress Party representative to come to the door. Nehru came in person. Listening to the report from the secretary of the governor's office, Alan Wilson showed a meaningful look, but immediately became calm and said, "I have always respected Mr. Nehru. It is well known that Mr. Nehru is a knowledgeable and charismatic leader." "Alan, how are you going to deal with the charismatic leader you mentioned?" Sir Baron, who was sitting behind the table, asked. "Don't mix personal emotions in the communication." "Of course not, Sir Baron." Alan Wilson bowed his head slightly and said politely, "Personal prejudices cannot be mixed in formal meetings. Besides, I have no personal grudges with Indians." "Then I will have a cup of afternoon tea first, and wait for your news." Sir Baron did not move, squatting with a cup of black tea. Alan Wilson nodded and walked out of Sir Baron's office, and went to the meeting room that had been cleaned. Nehru was wearing a traditional Indian robe and a white hat. Behind him were the representatives of the Indian National Congress this time. A total of 8 people entered the governor's office of British India. Under the watchful eyes of the British guards, they came to the door of the meeting room and pushed it open. "Welcome to the distinguished guests from the Congress Party." As soon as the two sides met, Alan Wilson greeted them with a gentle smile, saying that he had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. In fact, he had just come here. Nehru did not know Alan Wilson, and it could even be said that he had long forgotten to put pressure on a commissioner in Hyderabad. For Nehru, it was just a small matter of nodding in agreement when someone else reported. Leaders like Nehru are not like Gandhi, who goes on hunger strike at every turn. How can he remember what he did a few months ago? Faced with the enthusiasm of a young negotiator, the representatives of the Congress Party also responded with a friendly smile, and even greeted him with Hindu etiquette. Alan Wilson also pretended to return the greeting with his hands together. In the eyes of Hindus, Buddhism is a branch of Hinduism. Of course, this is only what Hindus in British India think. Buddhists in other regions think this is bullshit. After a friendly greeting, the representatives of both sides sat down. Alan Wilson said something earth-shattering with a smile. "In fact, I never believed that what many people in London said was true, that the Congress Party was the Bolsheviks of British India, and Nehru was another Stalin. As for what some people said about using drastic measures to deal with the Congress Party, I personally have never agreed with it." Chapter 187, a win-win situation. As soon as these words came out, the representatives of the Congress Party fell silent, and the whole conference room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Even Nehru himself changed color slightly, but he recovered immediately. What Stalin and the Bolsheviks were like in the eyes of the British Empire, even if these local elites of British India were closed, they could feel that they were definitely not close allies. Even Alan Wilson himself thought so in his heart. From a conscience point of view, such a good thing should be done by your own country, and don't think about coming out to influence the world, so that everyone can still be friends. If you insist on being restless, then you can only fight to the death. This is all nonsense. The Congress Party has nothing to do with the Bolsheviks. Nehru said calmly. Of course, in terms of striving for national independence, the Congress Party may have similarities with the Bolsheviks. This is the consensus of all Indians. Seeing that Alan Wilson opened his mouth with the words of the hangman banquet, Nehru naturally did not want to be outdone and threatened Alan Wilson from another place. Of course, this is useless. Nothing can change his determination to cash in on British India in the next 3 years. So, in response to Nehru's retort, Alan Wilson not only did not hold back, but said, "Just yesterday, I sent a telegram to Jakarta to congratulate the Dutch army for eliminating the pro-Axis armed forces. The more such just actions, the better. Some backward nations in this world are so naive that they really think they can change anything, especially Jakarta. A coastal city dares to confront a maritime power. Just bombard it." Alan Wilson opened his mouth with a straightforward imperialist tone, singing praises for the Dutch Navy that bombarded Jakarta. He even said, intentionally or unintentionally, that it should happen a few more times. India is not an archipelago, but a continent. One of the slightly bold Congress representatives spoke up, saying that comparing the East Indies with India was a wrong comparison. Maybe India doesn't have any coastal cities? Alan Wilson smiled and said inconspicuously, "As long as a fleet is assembled, the British Empire can completely replicate the Dutch bombardment of Jakarta in any country except the United States. Name the coastal cities of this country one by one, bombard this city for 2 hours, and immediately rush to the next city, without landing or occupying land. Just destroy it. Of course, there is no benefit in doing this. Things that have no benefit are just childish, even if they have the upper hand. So as long as it is generally acceptable, the Royal Navy will not do this." After the threat, Alan Wilson took it back and said that a war might result in one side winning and the other losing, while negotiations might be a win-win situation. This made the representatives of the Congress Party nod in agreement. In their opinion, Alan Wilson just wanted to take a certain initiative before the negotiations, mainly for the so-called win-win result. He has not forgotten the original intention of separating the Andaman Islands from British India. It's all written in the little notebook, but it's not suitable to act before the financial budget of British India is spent. The win-win situation I'm talking about is that the British Empire wins twice. Seeing the representatives of the Congress Party sitting down one after another, Alan Wilson smiled and waved to the secretary of the governor's office to bring up the documents and put them in front of Nehru and others. If the Congress Party expressed its disapproval of this large-scale construction plan, then Alan Wilson would have to get in touch with the commissioners of other British colonies. Indians have been lackeys of the British Empire for so many years. Now they want independence. Shouldn't the Indians and other colonies go back to their homeland? If you think carefully, from South Africa, Mauritius, to Aden, British Ceylon, who to send the telegram to depends on Alan Wilson's mood. Where should the wave of printing start? He thinks it is better to start from small to large and start from nearby. I just want to remind the Congress Party to wake up, so I'll start from Mauritius. I'm afraid these Congress Party members can't see it. So I'll start from British Sikkim. If it doesn't work, I can start from British Malaya. This is all to completely eradicate the hidden dangers of the colonies, which is good for everyone. So it is normal that Indians who have not served the British for a long time are the first to be hit, including but not limited to expulsion, imprisonment and even massacre. The members of the Congress Party who are looking at the Great Construction Plan may never dream that the British who are wandering across the sky are considering where to start the printing wave to give these Indians who want independence a head start. Why bother about where to start? It is entirely possible to start one after another and let the free people overthrow the exploitation of colonial Indians. Alan Wilson shook his head slightly, feeling ashamed of the misunderstanding he had just fallen into. This great construction plan can be said to have condensed all the efforts of British civil servants in British India. It is meticulously researched and uses long paragraphs to describe the potential of British India. It examines the current foundation of British India and the feasibility of development assessment. Every step seems impeccable. The plan is full of professional assessments and inspiring future prospects. If it is to set goals and directions for the long-term development of the national economy and society, and to plan major national construction projects, the layout of productive forces, important proportions of the national economy and social undertakings, it is a very important macroeconomic and social management tool. There are also paragraphs on bridging religious divisions and balancing the development of various regions. To be honest, from the written point of view, the large-scale construction plan placed in front of the Congress Party is even more complete than the first 5-year plan of the Soviet Union in 1928. It can even be said that Alan Wilson is deliberately imitating the Soviet Union's 5-year plan. The reason for doing so is naturally that he knows that Nehru himself has been to the Soviet Union and was deeply impressed by the rapid development of the Soviet Union at that time. This can be seen from the history of Nehru implementing the 5-year plan to develop the economy in India after India's independence. The leader of the Congress party really did not forget his original intention and tried his best to lead India to a strong country within the scope of permission. From this point alone, the Congress party is stronger than the Cannon party, and Nehru, who has been to the Soviet Union, is stronger than Chiang, who has also been to the Soviet Union. Since it is known that Nehru has a Soviet complex, this plan is naturally based on the Soviet 5-year plan, used to seduce Nehru's approval. At present, looking at Nehru's expression when he looked at the plan seriously, it seems that he should have been touched. It is not surprising that such a touch has appeared. As long as the plan is implemented, British India will indeed see some changes. However, the premise is that British India still exists. Is the Soviet Union's industrial distribution strong? If we look at it from the perspective of confrontation, the Soviet Union, with a group of small Eastern European countries, confronts a group of imperialist powers. The Soviet Union's industrial system is certainly strong, and no one will deny this. But the results after the collapse of the Soviet Union show that no matter how powerful the industrial system is, it is useless once it faces national collapse. The draft of the Great Construction Plan alone is already very exciting. Alan Wilson waited quietly for the representatives of the Congress Party to finish reading the general plan, showing great patience. It's really strange. The British have never been so sincere in the past 100 years. Nehru said calmly, after reading the draft. Now they are suddenly understanding. What's the reason? In the past 100 years, the British Empire has never fought 2 world wars in such a short period of time. But Alan Wilson changed the subject and his arrogant expression appeared on his face again. In the end, we won. To be honest, what the British Empire needs now is to quickly get rid of the wartime state and prove to the world with an unmatched attitude that even after 2 world wars, the British Empire is still an invincible country. Nehru looked strange, obviously disagreeing with this young British representative, but he thought that at least in part, what this person said was acceptable. The British Empire before the war was the leader of the world, and the British Empire now is only one of the leaders of the world. Of course, Nehru did not have the idea of getting carried away after independence at this time. But he also believed that the British were no longer as good as they used to be. As long as the Congress Party insisted on its independence, it would be able to get rid of the British colonial rule. This idea may be no problem for any British person, but it happened that Alan Wilson was sitting opposite Nehru. He not only dealt with India, but also had plans to deal with other countries. There were only a few non-aligned countries: India, Indonesia, Yugoslavia, and Egypt. Yugoslavia had been kicked into the arms of the Soviets, so don't expect it to appear on the non-aligned stage again. Maybe it will appear as a thug of the Warsaw Pact in the future. The remaining 3 were all within the reach of the British. Jakarta, Indonesia, had just been bombarded, and Egypt was not a threat in the short term. Now, as long as India was led into the ditch, we will see who can organize the non-aligned movement in 10 years. It looks good, but India, as an ancient civilization, cannot exist as a colony. Although Nehru was tempted, he said without leaking any information, if all the benefits belong to Britain, no amount of construction will help. Mr. Nehru, I'm very worried about the anti-British stance of the Congress Party. Alan Wilson rolled his eyelids and said faintly, I believe both sides do not want the Chandra Bose incident to happen again. It's a pity. If they had not taken the wrong road, how could the plane fall? Right? Chandra Bose, the leader of the Indian National Army, had died in a plane crash. When the news of Chandra Bose's death came, many members of the Congress Party suspected that he had been assassinated, but there was no evidence. Chapter 188, Combine Work and Rest. Please don't misunderstand. It was the Japanese who tampered with the plane. After all, it was to fight for a good treatment after the war. This is understandable. It's just selling out a colonial rebel leader. In the final analysis, everyone has to think about themselves. Seeing that the Congress Party members, including Nehru, were silent, it was Alan Wilson who broke the silence and solved the cause of death of Chandra Bose, the former leader of the Congress Party. Nehru remained silent and thought of the days when he was with Chandra Bose in the Congress Party. The two actually had a lot in common, such as both went to the UK for further studies and both believed that socialism could save India. However, compared with Nehru, Chandra Bose was obviously more radical. In the 1930s, Bose traveled to Europe. During this period, he also studied and wrote the first part of his book, The Struggle of India, which recorded Chandra Bose's experience in the independence movement and syndicalist construction. After returning from Europe, Bose put forward his own view that the fight against corruption should be organized on the broadest anti-imperialist front, with the dual goals of winning political freedom and establishing a socialist regime. Bose was almost elected as a chairman of the Commune Congress. He represented the realization of unity and independence at all costs, including the use of all necessary force against internal and external enemies. That was also the day when Nehru and Chandra Bose began to part ways. Nehru believed that India was not strong enough to confront Britain in terms of force. India needed time to develop, and it was best for London to maintain a confrontational and cooperative relationship. Chandra Bose wanted to hold a national uprising immediately to overthrow the rule of the British colonists. Looking back now, in that period of time in 1934, Chandra Bose's proposition was impossible to achieve. However, he did not expect that Chandra Bose would be so extreme in the end and directly join the Axis powers. Now that Nehru has learned the cause of Chandra Bose's death from the British population in front of him, his heart is quite complicated. On the one hand, Nehru is somewhat sad, and on the other hand, he is glad that Chandra Bose's end also shows that his proposition is correct. As for the British man in front of him, he started to show a tough attitude when he entered the meeting room of the Congress Party. Until the mention of Chandra Bose's death, Nehru thought it was nothing more than forcing himself to make concessions. After the Brussels conference, Britain and France joined forces with European colonial countries to return to Asia. The Dutch Navy bombarded Jakarta, the French army landed in South Vietnam, and Britain and France pressured Thailand to cede the Isthmus of Kra, as well as Portugal's reinforcement of troops in Goa and Spain's formation of the Far East Expeditionary Force. All signs indicate that this time the Europeans came together, eliminated all barriers between each other, and put all their strength into the action of suppressing the colonies. The mention of Chandra Bose being thrown to death by the Japanese is an implicit point out that the Axis powers that some colonial resistance organizations relied on have been destroyed. Not only have they been destroyed, but in order to avoid punishment, they took the initiative to kill the leaders of the armed forces they once supported. The Japanese that Chandra Bose relied on can still be killed by the Japanese as a sacrifice to appease the anger of the Allies. Now that the European imperialist countries are coming back together, does the Congress Party still think it is a war period? Can it threaten Britain? Alan Wilson did not expect Nehru to come up with so many questions without saying a word. He was actually threatening Nehru very directly. He did not expect these politicians to go around in circles and get themselves into trouble. Although the atmosphere was a bit awkward, things still had to be discussed. After the threat, Alan Wilson also said that the current situation was so straightforward. On the one hand, the British Empire and India could win, and on the other hand, they could lose. It depended on the decision of the Congress Party. Once the construction began, the demand of British India would drive the recovery of the British mainland. This was a win-win situation. If the Congress Party continued to talk about non-violent non-cooperation, the British Empire would go to the Muslim League to talk. British India was not the only national party, and from the perspective of interest relations, the Muslim League might be more diligent in implementation. More than half of the people in the Greater Bengal region were peaceful Christians, and the mass base was still very good. The peace Christians only account for a quarter of the population of British India, but as long as this quarter follows the British, the Great Construction Plan can also be implemented. Finally, Alan Wilson said indifferently, who made manpower the least valuable thing in this land? Maybe this is life. The negotiators of the Congress Party looked at each other and had to admit that Alan Wilson was right. Manpower was the least scarce thing in British India. Even the peace Christians could be mobilized to support the Great Construction. After all, this is not the environment after World War I at that time. Ali Jinnah and the Congress Party maintained a close relationship and resisted the rule of British colonists together. However, since the Muslim League and the Congress Party parted ways in the 1930s, the relationship between the two sides has become increasingly tense. It is impossible to unite like after the end of World War I. The Muslim League is the weak point of the Congress Party. Nehru also knows this. He slowly asked, I think London should know that the Congress Party is the most powerful party to represent India. It depends on whether the Congress Party is willing to cooperate. The London government is open to this. Alan Wilson staged another national quintessence face change, and his tone became more relaxed. Now can we talk about the issue of win-win? The British Empire gets rid of the negative impact of the war, and India can also become a powerful entity. This is not a difficult market to consider, right? Don't reject such a good intention because of the so-called national sentiment. This involves the revitalization plan of the old industrial area of Calcutta for 6 million people. Think about it, the food problem of 6 million people. Their future depends on the current attitude of the Congress Party. How many families are behind the 6 million people, and how many people are there in these families? If the survey report is correct, there are indeed 6 million industrial workers in Greater Bengal. I just don't know how valuable these workers are. But in any case, British India in 1945 was indeed much stronger than the country led by the national leader Chittagong, and it was simply not in the same dimension. It can be said that the little industry in the late King dynasty could be used by warlords, but it became scrap metal when replaced by the artillery party. Chittagong controlled half of the country, and the weapons produced in 8 years were not as good as those of Jan Leux's inland province. Who dares to believe this? Chittagong should have a lot in common with Gandhi on some topics, such as turning the entire country into a big rural area. But Nehru is not Gandhi. He was still considering the big construction plan, and glanced at his assistant. The assistant asked, we think this is a good thing for the whole of India, but it needs detailed explanation. No problem. Alan Wilson agreed gently, and asked the secretary of the governor's office to call in professionals. He was still lacking in professionalism in this matter, so it was a good time to make up for it. Soon, negotiations began on the revitalization of the old industrial zone in Kolkata. About the significance of revitalizing the old industrial zone. First of all, we must consider the significance of the Ganges Delta to the entire British India. As the mother river of British India, the Ganges carries 80% of the population on the subcontinent. As the estuary of the Ganges Delta has a very important significance. The Ganges Delta is an alluvial plain with a dense population and huge development potential. It accounts for a very large proportion of the entire proportion of British India. If this advantage is strengthened, it can even drive the economic development of the entire Ganges River basin. The Kolkata Industrial Zone is the industrial cradle of British India. It has strong support capabilities in resources, industries, talents, infrastructure, etc., and has huge development space and potential. With superior conditions and obvious advantages along the border and the coast, it is an important growth of the economy, plays a vital role in the overall development, and is crucial in the construction of British India. Once the construction of the Kolkata Industrial Zone is successfully carried out, it can have an impact on the entire Ganges River basin. With the proportion of the population of British India occupied by the Ganges River basin, the strength of the Ganges River means the strength of India. I really learned it. Alan Wilson was also fascinated by it. Where did he find so many words? He did not forget to signal to the Congress Party representative opposite, well, this is called professionalism. Now when I think about the partition of India and Pakistan, it is really a stroke of genius to separate the Ganges Delta from India. It simply blocked the development potential of the entire Ganges River and affected more than half of India's population. In fact, the situation after India's independence was extremely bad, especially before Bangladesh's independence. It was almost surrounded by Pakistan, although India's national strength and population were obviously stronger than this old enemy. In principle, this is a very good plan. Nehru finally expressed his opinion, thinking for a while, I will go back and talk to other leaders. It will take some time for others to understand this matter. I can give a personal guarantee that I will never talk to the Muslim League about this matter before the Congress Party responds. Alan Wilson said very considerately. After all, who would go to the minority if there is a majority support? The negotiations lasted for 3 hours. When the Congress Party left, the sky was not very bright, and Sir Baron was even ready to go off work. "Oh, my Alan, how is it going?" Sir Baron saw Alan Wilson coming back and asked about the negotiations with the Congress Party. "I don't think there is any problem." Alan Wilson raised his wrist, and the diamond-studded German watch flashed. "Very good craftsmanship." Sir Baron commented with great approval. Alan Wilson took the watch off his wrist and put it on Sir Baron when he refused. He said in a somewhat reproachful way, "Time is something that is very precious. Sir Baron, I must criticize you. You must get off work on time and combine work with rest." Chapter 189. Want to do good things. Isn't this a bad idea? Sir Baron looked at the German watch on his wrist and changed the subject. "You know what? It fits perfectly. It fits perfectly. It's like it was tailor-made for me." Alan Wilson agreed with this, although he didn't know which German owned the watch. "Like you said, time is a precious thing. Among the civil servants in British India, I'm actually very optimistic about you." Sir Baron calmly changed the subject and encouraged Alan Wilson. "Many of your ideas are actually very reasonable, such as who should hold the Great British Empire, and the status of colonies to civil servants is really important. Of course, Sir Baron, this is all under your teaching. I finally became one of us." Alan Wilson expressed gratitude to Sir Baron for his promotion. "The cornerstone and order of the empire, of course, depends on us, not them. They were selected by the party organizations in their constituencies, by 35 men in dirty raincoats and 35 women in funny hats. The subsequent selection process was equally ridiculous. There were only 630 members of parliament in total, and a party with more than 300 members of parliament formed a government. Among these 300 people, 100 were too old and too stupid to become ministers, and the other 100 were too unsophisticated to become ministers. So the remaining 100 members of parliament filled 100 government positions. In fact, there was no choice at all." Sir Baron nodded with satisfaction. "This is the fact. Britain is divided into more than 600 constituencies, and each constituency elects a member of parliament. Ministers, prime ministers, and shadow cabinets are also members of parliament, responsible for their own different constituencies. The British general election is to elect parties, and the party that wins the majority of seats in the House of Commons will govern. The Queen will invite the leader of the party with the majority of seats to serve as Prime Minister, and then the Prime Minister will select cabinet ministers from the party members. There is no doubt that as a colonial empire, the British Empire is of course successful, but what does this have to do with those parties? Just focusing on the small places in the mainland, thousands of square kilometers of colonies laid the foundation for the empire on which the sun never sets. Is there any colony that cannot be managed without a minister? No. Without the Labour Party and the Conservative Party, as long as there is a mature cultural management system, the British Empire will not change at all, and it may even be better. Although this is a fact, you must remember that ministers represent public opinion. You can't say that in the mainland. Although Sir Baron was secretly happy, he still reminded with a stern face, "Fortunately, this is a colony and you are one of us. Otherwise things would be difficult to handle. You should talk to the Congress Party. In fact, since the beginning of the year, I have been considering whether to go to a position that is leisurely but also contributes." Alan Wilson knew that the so-called leisurely and contributing position means that there are not so many trivial things every day, but the treatment should not be reduced. However, who knows how credible Sir Baron's words are? What if it is just a test? Alan Wilson objected without thinking. "Sir Baron, you don't have this idea. Now is a time of trouble in the country. British India is extremely important to the economic revitalization of the mainland. There can't be any mistakes. If you are not here, wouldn't the 100,000 civil servants be in chaos? Even if you want to be idle, this environment does not allow it." Sir Baron sighed half truthfully and rounded it back, just expressing his recognition and support for Alan Wilson. "I knew it was a test. Alan Wilson complained in his heart, being the boss of 100,000 civil servants in British India, his life was equivalent to that of Sir Edward in his home country. How depressed would he be to think of retirement? Moreover, the mountains in British India were high and the emperor was far away, and Sir Baron's degree of freedom was even greater than that of the cabinet secretary. If it were Alan Wilson, he would definitely stay until the colonies became independent. As long as the colonies were not independent, he would not leave and must stand his last shift. Is he testing me? It was not until Sir Baron left the governor's mansion that Alan Wilson realized that the scene just now seemed to have a little other meaning. In fact, Alan Wilson's guess was correct. Although Sir Baron took good care of Alan Wilson, he did not expect that the little commissioner who was driven away by Nehru's pressure would turn the tide in Europe in just over half a year, and was finally favored by the cabinet secretary and returned to New Delhi as the assistant commissioner of British India. Alan Wilson was so young and his ideas were so wonderful that Sir Baron himself had to feel a sense of crisis. After all, it was not good news for an overly capable deputy to rise so quickly. Now that he is so young and already an assistant commissioner, wouldn't he be replaced as the commissioner of British India? However, Alan Wilson's very good performance just now still dispelled Sir Baron's doubts. Although he still looks a little young, it is understandable that he wants to improve. As long as he likes him, the feeling of threat to his existence will also disappear. Sir Baron himself changed his perspective without being interfered with. Although Alan Wilson is young and has risen very fast, there is a limit after all. There is not much difference between the assistant commissioner and the commissioner in the literal sense, but it is still not easy to complete this leap. Both qualifications and connections are indispensable. It will not pose a threat to him as the commissioner of British India in a short time. I really didn't expect that a small governor's mansion would have a crouching dragon and a phoenix in the small governor's mansion today. Alan Wilson, who was also off work, recalled his work experience today and realized that he had met at least 2 brain supplementing masters today. With a little luck, he fooled them all without any danger. This was the first time he felt the temptation. If he had not been too stupid before, it was because his status was not enough to threaten these senior civil servants. But now, at least he was taken seriously. Being despised also meant being insignificant. Being valued meant such treatment, so everything was a mixture of good and bad. In fact, the mixture of good and bad can also be applied to the independence of British India. With 2 major religions in one country, India would naturally be stronger after independence, but internal friction would also increase. He remembered that British India in later generations was a paradise for 600 million peaceful Christians and 900 million Hindus. If these people were in one country, the world war would probably not make Indians look up, because it was a small scene that was played out all the time in India. Nehru went back to discuss with the Congress party, while Alan Wilson still maintained his 9-to-5 job. By the way, he asked about what Ali Jinnah, the lifelong enemy of the Congress party, was doing. As an advanced country that values human rights, it is very normal for civil servants in the British Empire to work 5 years and 2 years. As New Year's Day approached, the weather in New Delhi was not too cold, so Alan Wilson, with an indomitable spirit, secretly went to find Pamela Mountbatten. The little girl was still very innocent. She went to a girls' school in New Delhi. She was the daughter of General Mountbatten. With a high status, she would not experience intrigue and knew nothing about the dangers of society. In Pamela Mountbatten's 16 years of life experience, the thing that made her most aware of the dangers of life was when Alan Wilson instilled in her that Indians were untrustworthy. Recently, he sent people to find the places where the floating corpses in the Ganges were concentrated, preparing to guide local public opinion. After all, Alan Wilson was not an Indian, and it would take some time to find them as a British person. However, the disrespect of Indians for women and various atrocities against women have appeared in London newspapers. In fact, it is very normal for men and women to trust each other and take that step. But men cannot force women. Except for being drunk, Alan Wilson has not forgotten how he treated the Iron Lady, and of course this did not prevent him from speaking out in front of Pamela Mountbatten. Alan Wilson, who played the role of respecting women, told dirty jokes from time to time, which made Pamela Mountbatten blush. She covered her ears with her hands and shook her head, saying, "I don't want to listen anymore." Don't always talk about this. Why don't you arrest Indian men who hurt women? Don't mention it. It's a good idea. Alan Wilson thought about it seriously and said, but it is very difficult to implement. First of all, it is a shameful thing. Almost all grassroots police officers are Indians. Indian police are likely to ignore this kind of case that obviously damages the image of Indians. How many people can we British catch? You just said you respect women, but now you say you can't do it. Pamela Mountbatten touched her feverish ears and snorted. It makes it hard for me not to feel that you were lying to me just now. You just want to take advantage of me. It should be possible to specially select a few big cities and use religious conflicts as an excuse. This is the limit. There is really no way for the vast rural areas. Faced with the embarrassing fact that Pamela Mountbatten was about to expose his hypocritical face, Alan Wilson decisively decided to make a decisive decision for the security of British India. All of a sudden, Alan Wilson's idea came to his mind. Isn't there a group called goddesses in Hinduism? The local citizens don't know yet. This can be used as a starting point to sort out the bad habits of British Indian civil servants. Even if it is just nominal opposition, it can make local women look at civil servants like Alan Wilson with new eyes. Every time the image of British Indian civil servants is established, the image of British India will suffer a major blow in turn. But this is not his problem, it is the problem of Indians. The solemn statement of the assistant to the British Indian Commissioner made Pamela Mountbatten nod, and finally maintained his personal image. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 Feminist Alan. Although it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, in order to preserve his majestic image in front of Pamela Mountbatten, Alan Wilson was prepared to fight against the feudal dregs of British India, and, by the way, to ruin the reputation of Indians around the world. If that was not possible, he would first ruin the reputation of Indians in the British colonies. Simple ruin can only be called slander, which is despised by true British gentlemen. There must be positive characters, and only negative characters can make it realistic. Alan Wilson has already reserved the positive characters. When the British Empire launched a war against India's long-standing tradition of widow self-immolation, it finally eradicated the cultural tradition of Hindus that had been circulated in South Asia for thousands of years. Although it did not change the fact that widows were looked down upon, it was a good thing after all. He was not prepared to bring about earth-shaking changes to British India, and he had already predetermined the failure of this big fight. The purpose of doing this was just to highlight Britain's positive image in the international community, and, by the way, trample the international image of Indians into the Mariana Trench. How to operate is a good question. Once any mass movement begins, it will inevitably expand. Alan Wilson could not succeed in eliminating the feudal dregs of India, but could he not fail? Maybe the day when he officially admitted his failure would make many Indians excited, and they would defeat the British colonists in this matter. Before leaving, the Assistant Commissioner of British India decided to customize the hat of raping superpowers for Indians, so that people from other countries would think of this impression when they think of India in the future. After repeated assurances, Pamela Mountbatten finally believed Alan Wilson. This time she was ready to really fight against backward customs in British India. She asked with a little expectation, "Can it succeed?" "Of course it is impossible," Alan Wilson said with a sincere look. "Yes, I'm willing to give 100% effort. What can be used to succeed? Even if 100,000 British civil servants go out to catch people, they can't catch many people. No one knows how many people there are in British India. Even if it can't catch up with the Republic of China, it is estimated that it will not be much different." But Alan Wilson dared to make this promise. Although the action was doomed to fail, it was much easier to make it a big deal. He could capture tens of thousands of people and then declare a phased success and stop the campaign. Taking advantage of Pamela Mountbatten's feeling that this man valued me, Alan Wilson leaned over and whispered, "Pamela, kiss me, just once." "Why are you like this?" Pamela Mountbatten was shy, avoiding the big mouth that was getting closer and closer. "Boo." Alan Wilson vowed to bring all the captured rapists to justice and to fight against the thousands of years of Hindu tradition of disrespecting women. Considering that there are Brahmin elders in such temples that raise saints can be opened up and exempted from imprisonment as long as a certain fine is paid. This may also become a revenue generating move. This matter needs to be discussed with the Judicial Department of British India. We cannot use a large construction plan to let administrative officials make a lot of money while letting judicial officials watch. This is also not conducive to the unity of the civil service group. Judicial officials are an important part of the British Indian civil service and naturally originated from the East India Company period. Even at the beginning, in exchange with the East India Company, the appointment power of the governor and his council belonged to the king, and the British government could use this to influence the company's rule. Before that, judicial power was completely given to the company. After the Act of 1773, the Governor General's office established the Supreme Court in Calcutta. It was the King's Court, composed of a Chief Justice and 3 judges, all appointed by the King, responsible for hearing cases of company employees and British subjects in India. At this time, judicial power was returned to the Governor General's office. The new Assistant Commissioner sincerely tried to make up for the loss and apologized for his stupid behavior of only thinking of administrative officials at the beginning, but forgetting judicial officials. So after preparing Christmas gifts for administrative officials, he entered the Supreme Court of British India with New Year's Day gifts. It is better to share happiness than to enjoy it alone. At the same time as the Assistant Commissioner entered the door of the Supreme Court of British India, Edward Bridges, the Cabinet Secretary at 10 Downing Street, Prime Minister Attlee's residence, handed in the prospect of the Great Construction Plan of British India and the evaluation of its role in promoting the British local economy. Isn't it a little too Soviet? Prime Minister Attlee asked with some doubt after reading it. Such a plan is hard not to remind people of the Soviet Union's 5-year plan. Not the same, dear Prime Minister. This plan is our British plan. Edward Bridges pondered for a moment and said, it is different mainly from a macro perspective. The different foundations in different places will eventually lead to subtle differences in the whole thing. Looking at the overall burden of the whole situation, rather than focusing on the basic laws of an individual, logically speaking, everything in the world is connected, and it is very normal to have 2 similar methods. Just like drinking, the British like whiskey, and they also respect the Soviet people's right to love vodka. We did not say that only whiskey is alcohol, and vodka is not. So in terms of this specific plan, some places may have similar effects to the Soviet Union, but this does not prove that this is called Sovietization. Just like the current nationalization, only the American country bumpkins will make a fuss. Even the current opposition party has not hindered your nationalization proposition. Prime Minister, I thought you would object. Prime Minister Attlee digested Edward Bridges' arguments and smiled. After all, nationalization has been met with many objections. I respect all the Prime Minister's instructions and am willing to cooperate as much as possible. Edward Bridges said calmly, specifically, in order to meet the needs of British India, while releasing some technology input to British India, it can be said that it is a huge boost to the current local economy. If the local industry cannot meet the needs for a while, the British occupied areas can also help. Anyway, the economic policies of the British occupied areas are also in the hands of the Trade Committee. As long as Britain gets out of the quagmire of war, there is a chance to solve the problem. Yes, it is gratifying that the Soviet Union is withdrawing its troops from Iran as planned. Prime Minister Attlee nodded and said, the Americans are temporarily attracted by Asian affairs, whether it is the competition for the Korean Peninsula and Hokkaido, or the mediation with China. But you have to be careful of the Indians. I always feel that the Indians have ambitions that do not match their abilities. If Alan Wilson were here, he would definitely sigh, Churchill? No. Attlee is fine. Especially the evaluation of Indians, which is almost right on target. It is very consistent with the consistent style of India after independence. Ambition must have the conditions to be realized. Judging from the current situation, people in many places still have a long way to go to realize their ambitions. Edward Bridges is not Prime Minister Attlee. He is very familiar with the current situation in British India and has specifically asked about the Muslim League's propositions and determination. The current situation in British India is not what the parliamentary masters said in Parliament. How to preserve the integrity of British India. This possibility is almost gone. While Edward Bridges was thinking this, Prime Minister Attlee also mentioned this problem at the same time. Are many media reports on Congress too freely? The decision of British India is so easily leaked. By the way, there are too many reports on British India recently, and they are very negative. I think this negativity may be for Indians. Edward Bridges said calmly, regarding the various bad habits of Indians, I personally think that this will only increase Britain's efforts to lead backward areas. It is not necessarily a bad thing to be forgiven by most citizens. As the most promising young successor of the cabinet secretary in British India, Alan Wilson is also preparing to go to war with this bad habit. To do this, it is necessary to seek the forgiveness of the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of British India. First of all, it must be confirmed that the other party is a British. After it's confirmed, we can have a good talk. Hearing that Alan Wilson decided to declare war on cases of harming women, Judge Clark said non-committally, Indians generally won't report such cases, and there is not enough evidence to show that such cases are worth the trouble. In fact, according to domestic laws, how can temples be allowed to keep saints under the rule of the British Empire? Alan Wilson said with a stern face, we paid a huge price to ban widows from self-immolation, but that generation of British Indian civil servants were widely praised. Now the status of British India is still unclear, and no one can see the future. If we must go, why can't we leave some valuable legacy? Alan, are you a feminist? Clark tilted his head and asked, but I admit that what you said makes sense. We should do some work to reduce the bad habits in India. This is a wise decision. Alan Wilson lowered his head slightly and said, in fact, the fines for certain temples can be applied to London, and a women's foundation can be established to focus on women's issues in India. Of course, I have no suggestions on the amount of the fine and what proportion to put into the women's foundation. From Paris, Alan Wilson saved the humiliated women of France. In Bonn, he established the German Women's Work Labor Bureau. Now in New Delhi, he still wants to gain fame from women's liberation, but all this requires the support of British Indian judicial officials. Chapter 191 Towards a New India. Pursuing gender equality, what a glamorous excuse. Alan Wilson believes that, even if Indians disagree in their hearts, they dare not say it publicly. At present, her role belongs to the primary stage of women's rights, which is the protection of the pursuit of self-rights. It is good to implement this primary stage in the environment of British India. As for the second stage of pursuing equal rights with men, and even more advanced stages, women are given priority in power struggles, and women are a socially disadvantaged group in mining. Don't even think about it in South Asia. In fact, even in later European and American countries, the slogans have reached the highest level, but the actual actions are the beginning of the second stage. Pursuing equal rights with men. First of all, the same job should be paid the same salary. For the same teacher, men should be paid 10,000 and women should also be paid 10,000. But in fact, in most industries, women's wages have always been lower than men in the same profession. This is the case in any European and American country, without exception. Alan Wilson is preparing glamorous slogans and malicious jokes about Indians to push India forward a big step on the road of gender equality. Although the specific steps are still kept secret, the preparations have already begun. The Supreme Court of British India has begun to investigate the specific situation of the holy women in temples across British India. Once anything is linked to money, it will become extremely dirty. Alan Wilson does not think so. We still have to consider the overall environment. As for the situation in South Asia, even if the British do not come, it will not be much better. The bad habits will continue. On the contrary, the British came and stopped some crimes while causing harm. Since the British officially curbed the tradition of widow self-immolation, it is unknown how many lives have been saved. It is hard to imagine that this tradition of burial has existed in South Asia until the 19th century under the cover of Hinduism. And even now, because the Governor General's Office of British India does not actually have the power to rule the entire subcontinent, Alan Wilson believes that the Hindu tradition of widow self-immolation has not been eradicated. Crimes against women, raising holy women and widow burials are used as tools to make money. Alan Wilson does not think it is shameful. It is also for the purpose of making money while upholding justice. It is good not to delay both. After discussing with the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of British India, the judicial officials also recognized the good intentions of the Assistant Commissioner and deeply felt that the various anti-civilization habits in South Asia should be eradicated. And it gave criminals a chance to correct themselves. As long as the temples that kept the saints paid fines, they could have a chance to reform. This was also out of respect for the Brahmin class, which could be said to kill two birds with one stone. Now it was nothing more than thinking of a name that could be called out. Alan Wilson suggested to Clark, the leader of the judicial officials, how about calling it the Indian New Cultural Movement? It seems to have the meaning of innovation. That's it. After getting the administrative civil servants, Alan Wilson managed to be fair. Now he has also got the judicial civil servants. The new cultural movement was decided to be launched after the new year. It is currently in the investigation stage to see which temples seem to have received a lot of offerings and kept the saints at the same time. This matter can rely on the Muslim League. Alan Wilson remembered that many Middle Eastern countries have a position called religious police. This kind of police has great power, and the intervention is not only wide-ranging, but also very severe. They demanded that coffee shops and other facilities must be closed during the 5 prayer times a day. No one was allowed to drink, take drugs, steal, commit adultery, or visit prostitutes. Adult women had to wear robes and veils when leaving their homes, and no part of their bodies could be exposed except their cheeks, and no makeup was allowed. When going out for business or traveling, men and women were separated, and women had to be accompanied by male relatives. Those who violated the above regulations would be reprimanded at the least, and detained, sentenced, and whipped at the worst. Even if he had a wild imagination, Alan Wilson was not prepared to use religious police. He only hoped that peaceful believers could be good informants and provide more information for the movement that would come after the new year. After all, he came to British India just to make money, not to start a civil war in British India immediately. At least before the British left, he had to be a good paper hanger. Slogans should be shouted more and as above board as possible, but things should be done less. For the upper class Brahmins, fines would be imposed and detention would be absolutely avoided, but if the lower class people committed crimes, there was no need to be polite. All movements require political achievements. Maybe Alan Wilson had to use the intouchables brains to show British India's determination to fight against bad habits. This attitude won the unanimous approval of judicial officials headed by the Chief Justice of British India. For a time, the Supreme Court was ambitious to leave a valuable legacy for India before leaving. While discussing the implementation steps and details, the Congress Party finally put forward its opinions on the big construction plan. During this period, the Congress Party was also inquiring about London's opinions on British India. It was learned that most people believed that the integrity of British India should be preserved and were not bewitched by Ali Jinnah's remarks. This is good news. Whether it is those who support Gandhi or those who support Nehru, they are all consistent in accepting the complete legacy of the British Empire. Of course, there are also a minority of Hindus, and like the Muslim League, they will never live in the same country with each other. Either Hinduism or peace. This part of the proposition eventually led to Gandhi's assassination. However, this is not the mainstream opinion of the Congress Party. The mainstream opinion is nothing more than a choice between Gandhi's agriculture and Nehru's industry, and there are more people supporting Nehru. At the Viceroy's office of India, Sir Baron handed the telegram from London to Alan Wilson and said, "The news from London and the Congress Party are all good news, but weren't you too hasty in discussing the new culture movement with the Supreme Court recently? We are now in a honeymoon period with the Congress Party. Dear Sir Baron, there is no contradiction between unity and struggle. Moreover, I have no selfish motives in discussing this matter with the judges of the Supreme Court. It is to maintain the unity of the entire British Indian civil service. Under your leadership, sir, let us jointly stabilize the situation in British India." Alan Wilson explained sincerely, "When I was in Hong Kong, I once heard a saying that it is better to give someone a fishing net than a fish. This saying makes a lot of sense. At this time, I think that judicial officials should not be prevented from generating income. If a share is taken from the chief executive's income, the judicial officials will not be willing if it is too little, and the administrative officials will not be willing if it is too much. These are all problems. It was by chance that I suddenly remembered that I had forgotten the chef for the judicial officials. Fortunately, Pamela reminded me. Pamela Mountbatten? Sir Baron smiled secretly. The daughter of General Mountbatten is only 16 years old, right? What can she remind him of? It's nothing more than an excuse to shirk responsibility. We still have to be careful. We have made efforts for this over the years, but we only banned widows from being buried alive. In fact, in such a large area of the subcontinent, places we can't see should still maintain this bad custom. Alan Wilson nodded in agreement. We will eradicate the bad habits, and I believe we will not face international pressure. As for the possible backlash from British India, we still have to solve it in the old way. Win over one faction and attack another. Sir Baron nodded in agreement and mentioned another thing. Why do you always live in the company? I remember you have a house in New Delhi. Even if you don't, just find one and live in it. Of course, it's to eat public food for free. My salary is given to others. How can I have spare money to travel around? But it can't be said that way. Alan Wilson just expressed his progressive heart and willingness to devote himself to work. When 1946 came, the synonym of imperialism made the knowledgeable people in British India feel deeply ashamed. The British Indian Governor's Office issued a New Year's greeting. The article stated that the contribution made by British India to the entire war in the past few years is worth remembering. Now that the war is over, the glory of the British Empire is the glory of British India. Now that the war is over, restoration construction is being carried out everywhere. With the area and population of British India, the future development potential is unlimited. This year, British India has overcome various risks and challenges and promoted high-quality economic development. Although the future is still difficult, the people who love labour on this land will definitely live better and better. For this reason, the British Indian Governor's Office has prepared a construction plan to develop the economy of British India. This plan has been widely recognised and supported. At the beginning of 1946, the British Indian Governor's Office will move towards a new India with a wide range of subjects. The British Indian Governor's Office had never issued a New Year's greeting before, and this was the first time in history. The news of the New Year's greeting spread to London and even caused heated discussions. I don't know when British India began to appear more frequently in London newspapers. However, this is not all good news. The impression of British India among local citizens is getting worse and worse. Compared with the heated discussions in the UK, the heated discussions in British Indian newspapers about the New Year's greetings of the British Indian Governor's Office are no less than those in the UK, and even more so. Towards a New India has also become the headline of many newspapers. Of course, there are also many sober nationalists who say that this is a compromise obtained through everyone's struggle and tell people around them not to be fooled by the British rhetoric. On January 25th, after it was clear that the Congress Party would not object, the British Indian Governor's Office officially released a major construction plan to strengthen the construction of the Kolkata Industrial Zone, stating that the number of industrial workers in the Kolkata Industrial Zone would be doubled within 5 years. Chapter 192 Two-Wing Plan. This piece of news was earth-shattering. The new India was definitely not just a name, but had already been implemented. The news about the massive supporting projects and responsibilities of the Kolkata Industrial Zone spread all over British India like wings. There has never been such a time when Indians felt jubilant. Although British India was nominally the pearl of the British Empire, it has always been at the bottom. It is not so much the pearl of the British Empire as the cornerstone of the British Empire. It is the kind that is stepped on. It is very important in name, but in fact it is just a tool for blood and sweat. As for the initiative to release such a large engineering plan, it is unheard of. The Kolkata Industrial Zone claims to have 6 million industrial workers, but in fact, Greater Bengal, where Kolkata is located, is a place where Britain has been operating since it arrived in the subcontinent. It has been more than 200 years since the notification time, and such a so-called industrial zone has appeared. It is still unknown how many of these so-called industrial workers are handicraftsmen. And now the British Empire seems to be sincere all of a sudden, and the sincerity is unbelievable. At this time, the Congress Party took the initiative to stand up and say that this was the result of the long-term struggle led by the Congress Party. Without the Congress Party, the British would never compromise. Britain's policy towards India is to trade rather than land. Although this is also very hegemonic, it is not bloody. In other words, Britain is not going to occupy India, but to establish a trade relationship in India that only cooperates with them. To put it bluntly, even if it is a monopoly on the trade of the subcontinent. In the subcontinent, Britain's power is compared with the huge Indian population. No matter how many people come, it is the weaker party. And Britain has two main magic weapons to control India. The first is the Indian nobles, the second is the Congress Party. Since World War I, the power of the Congress Party has expanded, and its importance has surpassed the traditional control of the princely states in various parts of India. The support of the princely states has weakened. If the Congress Party is restless, the British Empire's rule in British India will be equivalent to nothing. However, this time the Congress Party welcomed the Governor's Office of British India in the large-scale construction of the Calcutta Industrial Zone. All of a sudden, the British Empire's dominance over British India has returned. It is just unknown how long this kind of ruling power will last. If the resistance within the Congress Party prevails one day, this kind of ruling power will be lost. But Alan Wilson thinks that there will be no problem at least within a year, right? Of course, in the face of this support, the British Indian Governor's Office also expressed relief. Of course, in order to make the opposing Muslim League settle down, the British Indian Governor's Office will also invite Ali Jinnah to bridge the contradictions between the Congress Party and the Muslim League. At the same time, it is also a reminder to the Congress Party from another level that, if you don't cooperate, there are backup partners. To be honest, in the process of British India's independence, Alan Wilson believes that London's response is actually a bit hectic. After all, it is the first time, and it is not incomprehensible. This kind of hecticness lies in the shortcomings of all countries with electoral systems. There are many people and all kinds of opinions can make their own voices. Some people insist on suppression, and some people advocate letting go. Among the voices advocating letting go, the voice of retaining the integrity of British India is the largest. There are many people and all kinds of voices, and the decisions made are naturally incoherent. Wanting to protect and release, naturally, when things are impossible, how can there be time to make money? The biggest role of Alan Wilson's arrival in British India is to host a Last Supper on the premise of tacitly acknowledging that British India wants to be independent. The beneficiary is of course the British Empire, and of course the civil servants of British India will also receive some insignificant rewards. As long as you gather your thoughts, you can compete with the Congress Party or the Muslim League with a certain psychological preparation, and at least you can buy time to make money. This official response is not credible, because Alan Wilson doesn't believe it. It is the Muslim League leader Ali Jinnah he received. When welcoming Ali Jinnah's visit, Alan Wilson did not put on an arrogant attitude like when facing Nehru. Instead, he behaved properly, as if he had met his idol. If the number of people in the two major religions were reversed, maybe he would treat Nehru well. Ali Jinnah and Nehru had similar growth processes. They both went to London for further studies after studying hard, and came back with their own people. Now they are the leaders of the second largest organization in British India. This was more like a private communication, without any coercion, and it was a conversation between gentlemen. Just because Ali Jinnah advocated the independence of Pakistan as a country, he deserved his respect. Why stay in India as a second-class citizen? The transactions of the two major religions are completely opposite. Staying together will definitely cause problems. It is right to separate, which will benefit everyone, including the British Empire. How can this spirit of your death make everyone happy not be worthy of Alan Wilson's admiration? Mr. Jinnah has been away from London for many years, but I didn't expect that he still retained the British lifestyle. Handing over a cup of black tea, Alan Wilson said with a smile, "In fact, we have always hoped for harmony between the two major religions. Of course, to be honest, in the history of British India, we did carry out operations of pulling one faction to fight another. But as a minority, Mr. Jinnah should know that minorities are the beneficiaries most of the time, right? Our purpose is very simple. We just hope that British India can be stable during this uncertain period of time. The interests of the Congress Party are not necessarily the interests of the Muslim League. Ali Jinnah took a sip of black tea, his thin cheeks full of seriousness. Things will continue to change. Of course, I agree with Mr. Jinnah's conclusion. Alan Wilson nodded. Just like Mr. Jinnah's early proposition, unite with the Hindus and oppose Mr. Gandhi's non-violent non-cooperation movement. Do you want to take a tough attitude towards Britain and force us to leave? All that Alan Wilson said was what Ali Jinnah advocated before the 1930s. However, as he came into contact with the Congress Party and the Hindus' numerical superiority and exclusion, Ali Jinnah's ideas slowly changed. Now the Muslim League's idea is not to live in the same country with the Hindus. Our living habits are different. The thinking of the Hindus is stuck in the past 2000 years, which is more backward than many other religions. Ali Jinnah criticized with a cold look. In modern society, we must clearly distinguish between religion and government. Religion cannot replace the government. The country should be managed by real elites, otherwise there will be problems. What a good idea, but it's a pity that the peace religion is only slightly more advanced than Hinduism. One lived 2000 years ago, and the other lived a few hundred years ago. Alan Wilson sighed in his heart. Not to mention that Ali Jinnah was in poor health. He died not long after independence in history. Even if Ali Jinnah was in good health, it would not change Pakistan's slide into religion. I can't give a definite answer, but I can guarantee that the Muslim League's proposals will be conveyed to London. Forgive me, I'm not a politician who can speak at any time, and the news from those who can't shut their mouths is not true. But while London can listen to the Muslim League's opinions, the Muslim League must also give us time to maintain the stability of British India in the short term. If London finally refuses to let British India become independent, you can make trouble again. That's not our problem, but the problem of Congress. Alan, you must know that the Muslim League's proposals will definitely split the industrial area of Calcutta. Ali Jinnah glanced at the door and lowered his voice. You have worked in British India. You must know this. I know, but London doesn't know, and the Congress Party who pays attention to the news in London every day doesn't know. Alan Wilson said inconspicuously, since they don't know, what's wrong with this plan? Ali Jinnah remained silent. Now he has concluded that these British people have bad intentions. If it were 20 years ago, he would have immediately discussed with Nehru and united to fight against the British conspiracy. But now, I cannot oppose it openly, but it does not mean that my position has changed. Ali Jinnah looked at Alan Wilson and said, I believe you understand what I mean. Why should such a good position change? There is nothing wrong with pursuing freedom. Alan Wilson gave an affirmative answer. All of us British in the subcontinent will be grateful for the goodwill of the Muslim League. Doing nothing is the best help. Ali Jinnah left after drinking the black tea. Regarding the communication between the two major religions, the statement issued by the British Indian Governor's Office gave an optimistic result, and the Muslim League did not comment on this. In the eyes of others, the Muslim League's reaction must have been threatened by the British Indian Governor's Office, especially the Congress Party thought so, but in fact it was just a cup of black tea. As the leader of minority, especially after an assassination attempt, Ali Jinnah's trust in others has decreased. Therefore, he did not reveal the details of entering the governor's office to any Muslim League leader. This is enough, and the rest depends on the British civil servants. The propaganda has begun to warm up for the large-scale construction of the Calcutta Industrial Zone, and countless funds have been invested in this century project claimed by the governor's office. At the same time, numerous orders flew to the UK. Stimulated by this news, the UK steel industry was first boosted. The British Trade Commission also began to try to get steel companies in the Ruhr area to restart production, to solve the unemployment problem of Germans in the British occupation area. As for the profits, they were controlled by the Trade Commission and accepted pricing guidance from the London headquarters. The two-wing plan to boost the post-war British economy officially began. Chapter 193 Cabinet Mission. I laugh at the United States' recklessness and the Soviet Union's lack of wisdom. British India has a market and demand, the German occupied zone has an industrial base, and the British mainland has an industrial base and pricing power. Even Britain can be said to be rich. British and American capital originally circulate between each other. As a country, Britain now owes a lot of foreign debts, which does not mean that British companies are poor. British India is just the opposite. The people are poor, but the finances of British India are not too bad. Regardless of the final result, the first step of the British Empire's efforts to break free from the quagmire after the war has begun. Since the announcement of the large-scale construction plan, there has been good news in British Indian newspapers almost every day, which is completely opposite to the image of British India in British newspapers. British Indian newspapers have praised the large-scale construction projects, while British newspapers emphasize that Britain is still kind-hearted at this time and takes care of these beggars who don't even know they are alive. In the eyes of British citizens, Britain is at a disadvantage in this large-scale construction plan, and it is almost losing money to take the bus. Changes have not only occurred in British India, but also in British Malaya and even the entire Southeast Asia. In the final analysis, Southeast Asia is of great interest, but compared with the mainland, it is undoubtedly some marginal corners. The new world hegemon, the United States of America, is trying hard to mediate the affairs of East Asia. Compared with a big country of nearly 10 million square kilometers, these marginal corners are simply useless. The big head of the United States of America is ready to take it down, so naturally it can't take care of the two outdated hegemons of Britain and France. It's not too late to deal with the two old imperialists who are huddled together for warmth after the business is done. The business must not be delayed, otherwise the greedy polar bear next to it may not be able to bear the loneliness. In Alan Wilson's view, this is a rare breathing opportunity. The 680,000 surrendered Japanese Southern Army soldiers are the best labor force at present. According to the news sent back from Malaya, the British soldiers who accepted the surrender were also surprised by the performance of the Japanese soldiers, who were completely different from before the surrender. Alan Wilson also mentioned this behavior in his telegram to Malaya. Once the leading figures accepted the reality, the Japanese would be as docile as Myanmar. Now it was time to start the plan to build British Malaya at the same time. These free laborers should not be wasted. Don't complain about too many projects. I believe that the hard-working Japanese soldiers will definitely make up for the damage caused to the British colonies. We can check and balance the Japanese by appointing Chinese as managers. We must emphasize the crimes committed by the Chinese and the Japanese army during the war. In fact, it is nothing more than the British version of using barbarians to control barbarians. This method is used by countries with a little historical accumulation. In the past 300 years, the British Empire has not only used it, but also used it very well. Alan Wilson used this trick in British India. Otherwise, why would he have tea with Ali Jinnah, the leader of the Muslim League? In a telegram to London, Alan Wilson expressed an optimistic attitude, writing in the telegram, "If we in Britain also have nuclear weapons, we don't have to look at the faces of the United States and the Soviet Union. Unfortunately, we still have to smile now. When has the British Empire suffered such humiliation in the past 300 years? It seems that this is just a complaint of migrant worker, but it can also be regarded as representing a part of the views. Even if no one noticed this complaint, it does not mean that London will let the current situation go. Not robbing and having guns, but not using them are completely two different concepts. The British Empire, which had just ended the war, was not mentally prepared to be a follower of the United States. Prime Minister Attlee summoned British scientists who returned from the United States almost before the economic revitalization plan was officially launched, and took the lead in secretly establishing the British Atomic Energy Commission. Under extremely difficult circumstances, the alloy tube plan was restarted, and Britain must master its own nuclear weapons. At this time, the two wings of Germany and British India flew together, and the plan to drive the local area had been launched. Prime Minister Attlee was more determined to promote the alloy tube plan. Financial support is still the biggest bottleneck at present. Attlee only hopes that the rationing system can be ended in the UK as soon as possible. This is also the goal of Alan Wilson's work. After all, the citizens of the UK do not have such strong endurance as the Indians. The major event in the UK in January was actually the first UN General Assembly. The General Assembly was held in the Westminster Central Hall in London, UK, and 51 countries attended. The UN General Assembly passed the first resolution, focusing mainly on the peaceful use of atomic energy and the elimination of atomic weapons and other weapons of mass destruction. On January 17th, the UN Security Council held its first meeting in London, UK, and passed the rules of procedure of the Security Council. At the first UN General Assembly in London, atomic weapons occupied a large share of the discussion. At the same time, the major powers participating in the UN General Assembly were secretly working all the time to violate the resolution on weapons of mass destruction. The British representatives at the UN General Assembly did not know that Prime Minister Attlee had personally taken the lead in establishing the Atomic Energy Commission. The Soviet representatives who also spoke did not know that the Soviet Union, under the personal care of Minister of Internal Affairs Beria, was concentrating its efforts on developing nuclear bombs. Countries with different political structures and no similarities were working hard to break the US nuclear monopoly at the same time. As for the agenda of peaceful use of atomic energy, some polite words will not shake the determination of the two countries. The first Secretary General of the United Nations, Trygve Haftemli, is a politician of the Norwegian Labour Party. He took office as a person acceptable to all parties. On the one hand, Norway itself is part of the West. On the other hand, Lie himself came from the Labour Party and sympathized with the Soviet Revolution. He was also accepted by Britain and the Soviet Union. In this way, with the support of Britain and no opposition from the United States and the Soviet Union, Trygve Haftemli successfully became the first Secretary General of the United Nations. However, Lie's inclinations were not all recognized by Britain, because the first Secretary General of the United Nations was very dissatisfied with the Netherlands for his inclination towards the Dutch East Indies. The situation on the British India side was much simpler, that is, Dagian. At the same time, the impeccable new culture movement in official articles has also been proposed. There is no problem in the written articles. All of them are neutral words that are civilized and polite. It seems that some persuasion work is to be done on bad hygiene habits. No one took this kind of written article seriously because the Supreme Court of British India had just begun to promote the copy belonging to judicial officials, and many investigations were still ongoing. It was not the time to make a big move. Alan Wilson also contacted the commissioners of British Ceylon and British Burma. In fact, under normal circumstances, British Ceylon and British Burma were both administered by British India. Of course, the premise was that British India still existed. In legal terms, British Ceylon had never had anything to do with British India. Although British Burma had been incorporated into British India, it had long been separated. It could be administered by the current British India, but it could never be administered by India after independence. Alan Wilson contacted Donald Maclean, naturally hoping that India's new cultural movement could be carried out in British Ceylon. After all, British Ceylon was not without Hindus. Since there were saints in the Hindu temples in British India, there should be saints in the Hindu temples in British Ceylon as well. Moreover, this can also win the support of Buddhists in Ceylon. The current Ceylon, later Sri Lanka, actually has a very high status in Buddhism. From a historical perspective, it is the base camp of southern Buddhism. If Sri Lanka did not exist, Buddhism in Myanmar and Thailand in Southeast Asia would probably not have much influence. This small country on the edge of the subcontinent has played a huge role in the spread of Buddhism in Southeast Asia. In the history of the subcontinent, Hinduism and Buddhism have experienced periods of hostility and coexistence. In the process of transformation from early Brahmanism to Hinduism, Hinduism also absorbed a lot of doctrines from Buddhism, except for the idea of equality. Eventually, it revived in the subcontinent, squeezed out the once dominant Buddhism from the subcontinent, and claimed that the Buddha was one of the incarnations of Lord Shiva. Although the Hindus claim that Buddhism is just a form of Hinduism has never been widely accepted by Buddhists in various countries, Alan Wilson still thinks it is better to clarify the difference between the two religions. At this time, someone needs to break the window paper to prevent Buddhists in other countries from being confused after India's independence. Then the attitude of Ceylon, as the base camp of southern Buddhism, is crucial. When Britain turned Ceylon into British Ceylon, it promised to respect the status of Buddhism. At present, Buddhists still make up the majority of people in Ceylon. Alan Wilson thinks that this campaign to declare war on bad habits can be used to make Ceylon reject the influence of Hinduism. Alan Wilson, who was preparing for the new cultural movement, was called to his office by Sir Baron, who said that he could prepare first, but would not implement it until the right time. Sir, why? What happened? Alan Wilson knew, as soon as he heard it, that nothing would happen for no reason. Could it be that Sir Baron was pressured, and the news leaked? Our immediate superior, Sir Percy Clarence, Secretary of State for India, brought a cabinet delegation, and accepted the order of Prime Minister Attlee, to come to British India, to investigate and determine the attitude towards British India. During this period of time, I personally think that the stability of British India should be maintained as much as possible. Sir Baron nodded slightly and said, the minister will definitely meet with Nehru, Jinnah and others. If your new cultural movement is implemented at this time, it will make the minister very unhappy. When will they arrive? Alan Wilson asked thoughtfully. Next month. Sir Baron raised his wrist to check the time, then looked straight at Alan Wilson, and gave the answer. Chapter 194 Reception work is important. Next month. Alan Wilson thought to himself that, if the cabinet mission did not stay in British India for a long time, it would not delay anything. After all, it was an operation involving a large area of land, and it would take a long time to prepare. Maybe the cabinet mission had left British India, and the operation was just being prepared, so it would not delay anything. There was no doubt that the purpose of the Indian Affairs Secretary Percy Clarence's trip was to inspect the environment of Dajian, and the main purpose was to listen to the opinions of the Congress Party and the Muslim League on the future of India. My father has received a transfer order to serve in the Mediterranean Fleet. Pamela Mountbatten came to the Governor General's House of India with a bitter face and complained to Alan Wilson, but I don't want to leave India. Should I talk to my father about staying here? After hearing this, Alan Wilson saw that Pamela Mountbatten was a little anxious and still shook his head and said, General Mountbatten is leaving, and you will stay in New Delhi? Is that so? What do you think? Pamela Mountbatten said courageously. Obviously, this decision was not so easy to make. You can't guarantee my safety, can you? In fact, what Alan Wilson was afraid of was that he could not guarantee his own safety, not that he could not guarantee Pamela Mountbatten's safety. I'm just worried that there will be no good results from confronting General Mountbatten. She is your father. Considering your age, it is very risky to openly defy your father's opinion. Alan Wilson extended his hand to let Pamela Mountbatten sit down and said, in fact, to be honest, in British India, it is completely understandable that your father is worried about you staying here. I understand your heart very well, but it is not okay to confront your father just because you don't want to leave. Do you want me to leave? Pamela Mountbatten stared into Alan Wilson's eyes and asked. No, but I can't destroy your relationship with your father. Alan Wilson was telling the truth, indicating that family harmony is still extremely important, and Pamela Mountbatten can't ignore family conflicts because of personal emotional problems. Pamela Mountbatten was also hesitant. As Alan Wilson said, this decision is not easy to make. She was very brave to muster up the courage to come to the governor's mansion. Alan Wilson can't think about the problem like Pamela Mountbatten. It's okay to say it's from the heart. He is the same as the current British India, pursuing stability and hoping for peace. Just like you saw me off when I left, I think Pamela shouldn't refuse me to see you off. Alan Wilson put Pamela Mountbatten on his lap and said affectionately, we will meet each other eventually. It's just a test. Maybe we will meet soon. I thought we could see each other every day, but I didn't expect my father to be transferred. Pamela Mountbatten pouted and complained, then I can only follow my father now. You must work hard and pay attention to safety. Of course, safety is the most important. Alan Wilson stretched out his hand and swore, making a promise to Pamela Mountbatten. After a year, the roles of Alan Wilson and Pamela Mountbatten were reversed. The destination was still Mumbai, and they still took a boat, but the roles of seeing off were reversed. Compared with General Mountbatten himself, who was excited to leave British India, Pamela Mountbatten looked unhappy. Alan Wilson, who came from New Delhi to see her off, could only persuade her kindly to make the girl who was about to leave happy. Seeing his daughter unhappy, General Mountbatten became happier and was enjoying his new life in the Mediterranean Fleet. As for the little unhappiness in front of him, General Mountbatten no longer cared. His daughter was still young and would figure it out after a long time. It's not like we haven't been apart before. Just treat it as a test. Didn't I leave for more than half a year last time I went back to Europe? Real feelings should be tested by time. In another carriage, Alan Wilson was still with Pamela Mountbatten, and they were about to arrive in Mumbai. At this time in history, an important reason for the British cabinet mission to come to British India was the Indian sailors' uprising in Mumbai. It was the sailors again, and it seemed that many sparks started from the sailors. The Indian sailors in the Mumbai training camp revolted because they opposed the racial discrimination of British officers. The uprising soon caused a mutiny among the entire Indian sailors. A 200,000 person parade took place in Mumbai to support the sailors in resisting British rule. The British Indian Governor's Office, the United Nations, the Muslim League took turns to fight, and finally calmed down this incident. However, at present, Mumbai is relatively calm, and there is no sign of an uprising. Of course, Mumbai has a share in the announcement of the large-scale construction plan. As the most important port in British India, Mumbai's real estate plan still has some appeal. Before General Mountbatten left, Alan Wilson took the daughter route for the last time and asked General Mountbatten to issue a restraining order to the British troops stationed in India. Simply put, it prohibits racial discrimination. It has been issued to major military bases in India. I don't know if it is useful, but it has been issued after all. Actually, I'm not against Pamela's contact with you. General Mountbatten, who arrived in Mumbai and was about to embark on his return journey, also put on a high profile and said to Alan Wilson, "But Pamela is still a little younger in age. If she was 2 years older, I would never stop her." Oh, of course, I didn't stop her now. The transfer order was issued by the London government. In fact, I love this land very much and don't want to leave, but as a soldier, I have to obey the call of the country. This is the unshakable responsibility of a soldier. Alan Wilson looked serious. Listening to General Mountbatten's high-profile teachings, he didn't agree in his heart. Would a responsible soldier fly a warship? The commander-in-chief of the Southeast Asian Allied Forces in front of him. The time he spent on vacation in British Ceylon was almost catching up with the time he spent in New Delhi. Even sitting in New Delhi was all the credit of Alan Wilson himself. Since he met Pamela Mountbatten, General Mountbatten's vacation time has been significantly reduced. The general is absolutely right. With Pamela at his side, Alan Wilson could not show too much weakness. He straightened his back and agreed with her. Then he changed his tone and said, "I also think that from the perspective of living conditions, London is more suitable for Pamela's studies. The education in British India is still a little worse. Once I'm done with my work, I will definitely take the time to go back to see her." Alan Wilson said that he had no intention of letting go of this big licking dog. As long as there is a chance, he will find Pamela Mountbatten again. However, seeing that they will be separated by half a world, General Mountbatten is not worried. "It is not so easy to meet," he said easily. "Then Alan, you must strive to transfer as soon as possible. The distance is still a little far. Give the intelligence analysis I gave you to your mother." Alan Wilson saw that the ship was about to set sail and finally deepened the impression on Pamela Mountbatten so that Pamela Mountbatten would hand over the intelligence analysis on the US stock market to her mother. After returning to London, Pamela Mountbatten's mother was born into a wealthy family and had no aversion to money. Alan Wilson, who had also returned to Europe, had already impressed his mother-in-law. As long as Pamela Mountbatten went back and handed over the intelligence analysis of the US stock market to her mother-in-law, she would be able to consolidate Alan Wilson's position. Moreover, Mir Osman Ali Khan had someone in London to take care of him. The most important thing was that Ali Khan had money. It would not be a problem for him to act as a middleman and provide some money for Edwin Ashley to enter the US stock market. In this way, friendship could be established through money, so that Edwin Ashley would naturally tend to the interests of the princely states, at least reducing the chance of tending to Nehru. From this point of view, Mountbatten should even thank himself for preventing Nehru from poaching Mountbatten's people. Although I'm reluctant, the time to say goodbye to British India has come. General Mountbatten heard the whistle blow, looked back at British India with a knowing smile, and said with emotion, "After the performance, I love this land deeply." General Mountbatten dragged his reluctant daughter onto the ship. "Sooner or later, I have to come back to clean up the mess. Why do I have to act as if I have escaped from the sea of suffering? Alan Wilson looked at the ship setting sail, his mouth curled up, and he stretched his shoulders and asked his assistant, "John is in Mumbai, don't let him wait anxiously. The commissioner of Junagadh state is still waiting for him. Alan Wilson will not return to New Delhi in the next few days. The cabinet mission is already at sea after planes and ships, and will arrive in Mumbai in a few days." The departure of General Mountbatten was a matter of footsteps. Alan Wilson also expressed his welcome to the Minister of Indian Affairs on behalf of the civil servants of British India. Alan Wilson and John also entered the British military base in Mumbai and expressed their wish for a better tomorrow for India. It showed the vision and desire of the Indian Governor's office to fight against discrimination against Indian soldiers. After talking nonsense about the contributions of Indian soldiers in World War II, the military trip came to an end. Will there be anti-British element mixed in the private army of Junagadh princely state? Alan Wilson asked, while dining with John, the commissioner of Junagadh princely state. Have you reminded Salman Khan that he should be careful of the supporters of the Congress party in the army? In such matters, it is better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go. Otherwise, when something goes wrong, the Maharaja will regret it. Under what name? John asked as he poured wine. Besides, most of the princely state's army are pacifists, so it shouldn't be that serious. Most is not enough. It's better to have all. I remember that it was quite scary when the Ottomans launched a holy war in the Middle Ages. Raising his glass to express his gratitude, Alan Wilson said, "Once the Minister of Indian Affairs arrives, we must be careful. Although the minister is most knowledgeable about the women's rights movement, we should not take it lightly." Chapter 195 India's Wealth Code. If you are very knowledgeable about the feminist movement, this is very relevant to the new cultural movement you advocate, Alan. John's hand holding the wine glass paused slightly, and he said with a knowing smile, "This may be a help to you." Alan Wilson looked thoughtful, as if, probably, as if, what the commissioner of the Junagadh state said made sense. Although Pethick Lawrence, as a Minister of Indian Affairs, can be said to be a layman, he is good at advocating women's rights. If he can guide them well, he may be a help to the new cultural movement. Although Alan Wilson has not come into contact with feminists of this era, he does not know what they are thinking. However, in British India, even if you are not a feminist, you are qualified to comment. It seems that I should make double the effort. Alan Wilson picked up the wine glass and clinked it with the commissioner of the Junagadh state. He skipped the matter and asked about the recent work, especially how the princes of the various states recently viewed the British India's large-scale construction plan. The Congress party certainly welcomes it, and the Muslim League only verbally opposes it. So what is the attitude of the princely states, the allies of the British Empire for a long time? Salman Khan did not show any inclination. After all, this matter has nothing to do with the princely states. But Alan, aren't you afraid that this move will lead to an imbalance in the balance of power? Once the Kolkata industrial zone is completed, the balance of power between the provinces and the princely states will be even more unbalanced. John frowned and said, "Of course I have no intention of opposing this. After all, the local area needs this project. Is it an imbalance or a rebellion? It is not certain what it will turn into in the end. But Alan Wilson can't say that the Muslim League will definitely collapse in the Kolkata industrial zone. If it gets out, wouldn't it be unfair to the vast number of peaceful believers in British India? Alan Wilson can't do this. As a pure assistant commissioner, he must ensure that everything is fair, especially to protect the interests of the minority, which is in line with the British tradition in the subcontinent." However, this dinner was still fruitful. Without John's reminder, Alan Wilson had not thought of getting support in the field, where the Minister of Indian Affairs is good at. Before World War I, the women's rights movement in Britain was mainly for the right to vote. Due to the development of the British Industrial Revolution, more women participated in industrial labor and social activities, and first launched a movement for political rights. At the same time, the Women's Suffrage League led by Mrs. Fawcett opposed the use of violence in political movements, and advocated the use of legal means of struggle, believing that only in this way can the goal of obtaining women's right to vote be achieved. The current Secretary of State for India, Pethick Lawrence, is very good at this. He even knows various feminist activists from before World War I to the present, and is a complete expert in liberating women. Only God knows how Perthes Clarence became the current Secretary of State for India, but Alan Wilson, who is waiting in Mumbai, is ready to talk to the Secretary of State for India about the issue of women's liberation. As long as the head of British India approves it, after the cabinet mission leaves, it can be launched vigorously, and it has a legitimate reason. On February 18th, the cabinet mission led by the Secretary of State for India, Sir Perthes Clarence, finally arrived in Mumbai, the best port city in British India, after a long journey. Long before Perthes Clarence arrived in British India, all walks of life in British India were looking forward to the cabinet mission sent out this time. Unlike history, the Bombay Sailors' Rebellion did not happen. Since Alan Wilson arrived in British India, there have been great changes in propaganda. Propaganda should have different emphasis in different places. Take British India as an example. It is not possible to talk about science with a large number of illiterate people. The Assistant Commissioner, who got inspiration from the later Indian Modi Layogson, felt that he had found the wealth code of British India. In the final analysis, in one sentence, our India is too powerful. Based on the Mahabharata Sutra, a group of remarks that seem very anti-intellectual, but will definitely be accepted by the illiterate group of Hindus were concocted, including but not limited to plastic surgery in ancient India, and Ganesha was created by someone using plastic surgery technology to transplant the head of an elephant onto a human body, and Indians have invented airplanes long ago. It is not enough to be anti-intellectual, but some real contributions must be added to it to achieve the effect of being difficult to distinguish between true and false. The first person in the world to propose the heliocentric theory came from the Alayavada Sutra. The most famous medical works are the Shalaka Samhita and the Mayan Samhita, which are the earliest herbal books in history. Buddhist scriptures say that things only exist for a moment, and in the next moment they are replaced by their own copies. This is similar to the frame-by-frame playback in current film technology. Therefore, Alan Wilson, who believes that our India is so powerful, here is the ironclad evidence that India invented movies. Since the new year, newspapers that have always been controlled by the hostile British Indian Governor's office have seen a sharp increase in sales, and have even caused a trend in Indian newspapers around the country, which are good at finding certain records similar to modern society from ancient classics, to prove the greatness of ancient India. At this time, the so-called sober people are traitors in the eyes of many Indians. Obviously, our India is so great, but some people are inferior. As for how the peace believers view the performances of the Hindus, this is not something Alan Wilson can speculate. After the cabinet delegation led by Perthes Clarence arrived in Mumbai, it was warmly welcomed by the citizens of Mumbai, with nearly 200,000 citizens welcoming them. It is hard to imagine that at the same time in real history, 200,000 Mumbai citizens were marching to support the uprising of the Bombay Sailors. History is so wonderful that even Perthes Clarence, a veteran supporter of the women's liberation movement and the current British Indian minister, was shocked by what he saw. It seems that what Sir Baron said in the telegram is right. The situation in British India is very peaceful now. But why are there always mutinies among soldiers? Perthes Clarence asked Alan Wilson, who came to greet him. Dear Minister, this is not contradictory. Alan Wilson pondered for a moment and organized his words. The real situation in British India at present is indeed that dangers and opportunities coexist. All we can do is to try our best to prevent things from ending irreversibly and let British India contribute to Britain as much as possible. But no one knows how much time we have left to support the homeland. There are always news of soldiers mutinying. These Indian soldiers in the British Empire are no longer of the same mind. Although there has not been an unstoppable mutiny, the danger exists, and we don't know when it will happen. As for the attitudes of the two largest forces, the Congress Party and the Muslim League, before meeting with the leaders of the two forces, I can only inform the minister of the real situation. Facing Indian Minister Perthes Clarence, Alan Wilson introduced the real situation of British India at present. It is difficult to say what the specific differences are between the two parties, because in the pursuit of independence, the two parties are consistent, but they are temporarily blinded by the Great Construction Plan. In other words, in the long run, British India is bound to be independent. Pethick Clarence lowered his voice and asked in a solemn tone, "Is it really inevitable? I think if the minister really goes to Nehru and Ali Jinnah, he will know that his attitude is much more resolute than what I said." Alan Wilson said helplessly, "At present, we just keep releasing news to attract the attention of ordinary people and let most Indians fall into false news. But how long this method can last is really hard to say." Pethick Clarence became interested and asked Alan Wilson what the specific method was. Then he regretted it. Adhering to the fact that our India is too powerful, the assistant commissioner said that India invented the telephone, invented movies, invented airplanes, and at the same time, there were many religions, leading the world in mind and soul. Pethick Clarence was shocked. It was hard to imagine that Alan Wilson, who had just behaved very decently, would say such anti-intellectual words. It was not the first time he met Alan Wilson. In the building of the Indian Affairs Department in London, he had seen this civil servant who was about to return to British India. At that time, Alan Wilson behaved decently and was impressive. How could he become like this? Do Indians believe it too? Pethick Clarence asked in disbelief. What are they thinking about? Many Indians don't even know they are alive, so it's not surprising that they have such wishful thinking with such simple thinking. Alan Wilson smiled bitterly. The effect is very good. India's glorious history has resonated with many Indians, but in the long run, this will only make Indians more arrogant, and the short-term effect will only make the future more difficult. But there is no good way now, and the only way is to divert the contradiction. Alan, the paper hanger, has done everything he can. Perhaps knowing that the Minister of Indian Affairs doesn't like to hear this topic, Alan Wilson turned to talk about some light things. After many twists and turns, he slowly shifted to the topic that Pethick Clarence is very familiar with, the liberation of women. Are you interested in protecting women's rights, Alan? Pethick Clarence was indeed interested, and he was good at this topic. From Paris to Bonn, and then to British India, the care for women has always been with me. Alan Wilson's face became serious, and he answered righteously. Chapter 196 India on a tightrope. When it comes to women's rights, Pethick Clarence obviously has more words, unlike when he talks about Indian affairs, because he really understands women's rights. Of course, Alan Wilson did not forget the other two ministers, Business Secretary Stav Cripps and Admiral Alexander. For example, Business Secretary Stav Cripps has long had very deep connections in the aristocratic circle in London. Admiral Alexander is more concerned about Indian affairs, and the questions he asked are all related to the current situation in British India. Alan Wilson did not delay any of them, and explained the issues that the three ministers were concerned about. Of course, it is undeniable that Alan Wilson's main focus is still on Pethick Clarence, because Pethick Clarence is the Secretary of State for Indian Affairs and nominally the head of the British Indian Civil Service. These three Labour politicians, except for the Admiral who has worked in the Navy for a long time, Pethick Clarence and Stav Cripps, the original trajectories have little to do with the current departments. However, the three people coming to British India are enough to show that the Labour government attaches great importance to British India. Out of selfishness, Alan Wilson's reception work inevitably has some emphasis, and he still puts his main energy on his immediate superior. There is no way who lets the expert in protecting women's rights, the current Secretary of State for Indian Affairs, be useful to the brewing new cultural movement. Although Pethick Clarence is good at protecting women's rights, it does not mean that he cannot deceive in this regard. In fact, it is not a matter of deception. It is precisely because of Pethick Clarence's expertise in women's rights that it is possible to achieve Alan Wilson's goal. Because Pethick Clarence himself has benefited a lot from protecting women's rights, this reminds Alan Wilson of one thing, that is, how the law of the caste system came into being. Although the caste system has existed in the subcontinent for a long time, there is no law to legalize this system. In fact, the caste system was written into the law by the British. The British Chief Justice seriously believed that a law that conforms to India's national conditions should be formulated for India. So after learning about the caste system, he asked for a caste survey across India. After the official intervention investigation had almost thousands of castes, the survey results from all over the country were still sent to him. He felt a headache, so he directly divided the list of castes. When the British first wanted to add the caste system to the law, they also said that this was a move to suit India's national conditions. Would Indians object to this? Of course not, because the assistants of the Chief Justice of British India were all high castes in India, either Brahmins or Kshatriyas. Of course, this high caste cheered for this, and even eliminated many obstacles to the promulgation of the law. So regardless of morality or not, Pathet Clarence would definitely support the protection of women's rights, even if it was implemented in British India, because it was in Pathet Clarence's own interests. After a long journey, the train carrying the 3 local ministers arrived in New Delhi, which relied on the developed railway network of British India. To be honest, the current British Indian railways are much better than the Indian railways, at least the current Indian railways are relatively new. After arriving in New Delhi, the Indian governor's office immediately arranged a welcoming ceremony, and then announced the arrival of the 3 local ministers in New Delhi, ready to listen carefully to the voices of all walks of life in British India and propose solutions. As soon as the news came out, all walks of life in British India cheered. It seemed that, since the beginning of 1946, with the end of the war, all the Indians saw was good news. London finally took the voice of the Indian people seriously. In fact, things are not that simple. After the 3 ministers met with representatives of the Congress Party, the Muslim League and other forces, Pathet Clarence and the other 2 understood that the situation in British India was indeed very complicated. Alan Wilson said on the train that there were undercurrents under British India, and he was definitely not lying. It is really hard to say how long the current method of diverting contradictions can confuse the Indians. One person must be mentioned first, and that is Ali Jinnah. Now Ali Jinnah is indeed a paranoid racist who firmly believes that peaceful believers must not live in the same country with Hindus. But in his early years, Ali Jinnah was a more determined nationalist. This transformation of Ali Jinnah is largely related to the attitude and approach of Gandhi and the Congress Party under his leadership towards him, and the Muslim League. Ali Jinnah entered Indian politics before Gandhi, and had a greater influence. He has advocated Indian nationalism on many occasions, and advocated the unity and cooperation of Hinduism and Paxis. Although he was born a Paxis, he joined the Congress Party in his early years, and served as the secretary of the party's chairman, Nauroji, and drafted speeches for him. In his speech, he called on all Indian people, regardless of faith and class, to unite. The true unity of the 2 major religions is necessary for all Indians to be liberated. Without this unity, all efforts for liberation will be in vain. During World War I, Ali Jinnah had been working on the unity of the 2 major religions. Ali Jinnah's Muslim League was originally only one of the larger political groups of Paxis, with limited strength. However, with the subsequent transformation of the Congress Party, the Muslim League and the Congress Party began to part ways. Gandhi is a standard Hindu image. Gandhi's abstinence, non-killing, fasting, and non-violent behavior can all be seen as the influence of traditional Hinduism. Although the use of religious symbols and rituals inspired the traditional Hindu masses in the freedom movement, it could not gain the sympathy of Paxis. Under Gandhi's leadership, the Congress Party increasingly presented itself as a Hindu. For this reason, Gandhi proposed that Ali Jinnah withdraw from the Congress Party, which had a huge impact on Ali Jinnah's understanding of the unity of the 2 major religions. After the 1937 British Indian election, Ali Jinnah proposed the establishment of a coalition government, but the Congress Party, which won because of the advantage in the number of Hindus, rejected Ali Jinnah's proposal. The Congress Party repeatedly excluded Ali Jinnah, and finally made this peaceful religious leader who entered politics earlier than Gandhi begin to only care about the feelings of peaceful religious believers. Under his leadership, the Muslim League quickly integrated all peaceful religious believers, and became the second national political party in British India. And when the Congress Party had a leader like Chandra Bose, and joined the Axis powers, Ali Jinnah firmly supported the Governor-General's Office of British India, expanded his influence, and became the unique spokesperson in the eyes of peaceful religious believers. In the meetings between the Cabinet Mission and the Muslim League and the Congress Party, they deeply realized that the 2 religions were almost incompatible, but both were pursuing the independence of British India. The Muslim League was pursuing an independent nation, while the Indian National Congress was pursuing the inheritance of all the British Indian heritage. This surprised the 3 ministers of the cabinet delegation. In terms of attitude, the Muslim League was a little tougher, but in terms of ambition, the Indian National Congress was obviously more ambitious. After meeting with both parties, Pesik, Lawrence and the other two realized that what Alan Wilson said was right. The current conflict had not yet erupted, but it was actually a matter of time. Except for the amazing agreement between the two parties on independence, there is no agreement on other aspects. In the eyes of the Muslim League, the Congress Party is full of bastards, and of course in the eyes of the Congress Party, the Muslim League is the same. Commerce Secretary Stav Cripps' side, the issue with the least disagreement, is the large-scale construction plan for the Kolkata Industrial Zone. The Congress Party expressed its support, while the Muslim League did not comment on it. It can be concluded, now that the reports from British India have always been accurate. We have to praise the work of British Indian civil servants. It's like dancing on the edge of a cliff. Pesik Lawrence said to the Minister of the Navy Albert Alexander, what do you think of this matter? We must admit that we did underestimate the contradictions within British India in the first few days after we arrived in India. Now it can be seen that most of the members of Congress who support the independence of British India are still too optimistic about preserving the integrity of British India. More than optimistic. Looking at the attitude of the Muslim League, they are almost ready for a civil war. Alexander shook his head and smiled bitterly. Why don't we call the person in charge of this matter in the governor's office to ask? It wasn't long before Alan Wilson pushed the door open, then bent slightly to let Sir Baron in, then closed the door, and stood behind Sir Baron, listening to the head of the British Indian civil servants, how to deal with the three cabinet ministers, yawning from time to time. Alan, you don't seem to have a good rest? Pesik Lawrence saw Alan Wilson's abnormality and asked. Yesterday I was thinking about how to protect the rights of Indian women, and I slept a little late. Alan Wilson answered the question of the British Indian Affairs Minister politely. In fact, Alan Wilson was indeed working, but he was the busiest thing yesterday. It was a reasonable conjecture about the ancient Indian nuclear war, in order to prove the superiority of ancient Indian civilization. Of course, this is not suitable for reporting to the three ministers of the cabinet mission in this occasion, otherwise it is likely to be regarded as lunatic. Speaking of drafting a draft to protect Indian women, it is obviously easier to say, and it can also be recognized by Pesik Lawrence. It is of course important to protect women's rights. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Pesik Lawrence acted like an expert. If the two ministers were not watching, he would have said something. It seems that the Muslim League and the Congress Party can no longer coexist, isn't that right? As the ministers have seen, this is the case at present. Sir Baron said indifferently, unless a miracle happens. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 Imperial Mission. Fortunately, the two parties' words are not fierce, which is at least not bad. In fact, if we set the goal to delay time, we may expect much better. When asked about the solution, Alan Wilson spread his hands and said that he had no way. His job now was to delay time, try to mediate, and find things for the two religions. To be honest, what Britain is doing in British India is actually similar to the mediation done by the United States in East Asia. They are all mediating the two parties to form a coalition government. This is also the purpose of the three cabinet ministers coming to British India. However, the MPs in London, who hold the majority and want British India to be independent, want two religions in one country. Now the three cabinet ministers have realized that this is almost impossible. The Muslim League has no interest in a coalition government at all. What it pursues is to establish a country that has nothing to do with Hindus. As long as the attitude of the Muslim League does not change, the division of British India will become a foregone conclusion once it becomes independent. It seems that it is impossible to preserve the integrity of British India. Pesik Lawrence's side, the domestic parliamentarians still have hope for this, so should we declare the mediation a failure? If the goal is to delay time as much as possible, there is no need to announce it so quickly. Sir Baron suggested, as soon as he heard it, we are a democratic country and we must reserve the right of anyone to speak. In fact, if the Muslim League and the Congress feel that they do not have enough say in New Delhi, they can continue to go to London for public debate. It is best to go by boat, which can delay some time. Alan Wilson suggested in a low voice, arrange representatives of the two parties to travel along the way. This way, it will take at least several months to go back and forth, and the respected ministers can listen to a wide range of opinions in British India. After the ministers leave with sincerity, arrange for the two parties to go to London. In this way, a year may pass quickly. You can give some nominal benefits, such as arranging for representatives of the two parties to arrange an opportunity to attend the United Nations meeting, pretending that they have implemented independence and are adapting to the role of a country. For a long time, India has been an auxiliary force for the British Empire to control its African colonies. There are many expatriates in many African colonies. We can arrange for representatives of the two parties to meet with local expatriates during their trip to London and give a speech, which can at least waste another month. Sir Baron and Alan Wilson sang the same tune, focusing on the central idea of finding trouble for the two parties in British India, and continued to make suggestions to divert the contradictions, which made the three cabinet ministers stunned. Anyway, the colonies of British India are large enough, and we should be good at using this potential to turn the affairs of British India into the affairs of the entire British Empire colonies and all Indian immigrants. If there is too much water, add noodles, and if there is too much noodles, add water. This is repeated endlessly. It is not easy to drag it out for a year. The three cabinet ministers who originally thought that the mission had failed listened to the words of the two civil servants and tasted them carefully. It seemed that there was some truth. Anyway, things have not reached the point of no return. Since it is such a big thing as independence, it is very normal to have a few more debates and listen carefully to some opinions. But if we let the two parties go to other colonies and spread the idea of independence, wouldn't the consequences be worse? Percy Clarence suddenly said, if India's independence causes a demonstration effect, it will be more trouble than it's worth. As accomplices of the British colonial government, Indians are definitely rejected by the locals. In fact, we can set off a wave of typography to divert the attention of Indians. Alan Wilson said while thinking, the necessity of this move is that Indian immigrants are widely distributed. We can do this in any British colony to make the Congress Party or the Muslim League more sober. However, for the sake of colonial order, it is better to find an isolated place to try it out. Where is the right place for such an operation? Navy Minister Alexander asked Alan Wilson. The place is small, the situation is easy to control, and it can also give Indians a warning. How about Mauritius? I personally feel it is very suitable, and we can also use the mixed descendants of Europeans and Africans, the Creoles. Alan Wilson was justified, and had no psychological burden for this kind of attention. It is an island country in eastern Africa, located in the southwest of the Indian Ocean, about 800 kilometers away from Madagascar and 2,200 kilometers away from the African continent. As a volcanic island country, Mauritius is surrounded by coral reefs. The landforms on the island are varied. There are narrow plains along the coast, plateau mountains in the middle, and many mountain ranges and isolated peaks. First of all, the island is small in area, with a total area of only 2,000 square kilometers. As an archipelago, it is very easy to control a country like the British Empire that excels in maritime power. Although the area is not large, the population is already quite large, and the total population of the archipelago has exceeded 200,000. It is mainly divided into two ethnic groups. The descendants of Indians and Pakistanis are the main body, accounting for most of the total population. As a mixed race of Europeans and Africans, Creoles account for less than 1/3 of the population, and the proportion is also very suitable for provocation. Alan Wilson even believes that it is completely reasonable for a small island country like Mauritius not to be independent as an overseas province of the British Empire. As for the impact of foreign population, the biggest impact of foreign population on Britain is Indians. Compared with Indian immigrants, no other ethnic group can be considered to have caused a population impact on Britain. Seeing that Pesek and Lawrence looked confused, the Minister of the Navy Alexander explained, it is a small French-speaking island in the South Indian Ocean. Creole is a French dialect, but the Indians we immigrated to speak English. After hearing the words of the Minister of the Navy, Pesach and Lawrence finally understood and asked, then you have to control the strength, otherwise the French will have the upper hand again, which is even worse than it is now. What time is it, and you still don't forget to insult France today? Alan Wilson was helpless with the 3 cabinet ministers in front of him. If the situation is inevitable, you can try it. As the Minister of the Navy, Alexander was more decisive than the other 2 ministers, and didn't mind using some tricks to make the Indians sober up. By now, the 3 cabinet ministers had at least reached a consensus. That is, the hostility between the 2 parties in British India was very strong, and it was impossible to maintain the unity of British India, which was dominated by the domestic parliament. With this psychological preparation, the delay mentioned by Sir Baron and Alan Wilson was not a bad way. Then the idea of Pethick, Lawrence and the other 2 is to smile, listen to opinions, and be people friendly, but they said that all the decision making power is not in their hands. They will stay in British India for a few months, and then let the Congress Party and the Muslim League send representatives to London for negotiations, trying to play the advantages of the inefficiency of the electoral country, and buy time for British India to drain funds. Although this idea is very ungentlemanly, the Indians took the initiative, and rejected the sincere mediation of the British Empire, so they must be responsible for the series of consequences that follow. The idea is clear, and the 3 cabinet ministers are no longer tired, but begin to enjoy the trip to British India. Do your job well, and create a people-friendly image, just as if you are holding an election. The 3 cabinet ministers who arrived in British India, as well as the entire cabinet mission, began to show people-friendly behavior towards the Indians. Of course, they were not as shameless as Alan Wilson, who dared to deduct any honor from Hinduism. But it is inevitable to say that Hinduism is the spiritual wealth of mankind. Every time you say it, it will cause Indians to spread it by word of mouth. As for Alan Wilson, he and the Secretary of State for Indian Affairs, Pethick Lawrence, discussed the draft on how to protect women's rights. Although he had already prepared to start with the Hindu saints, he could not say it in front of Pethick Lawrence. Instead, he asked Pethick Lawrence to introduce his own glorious history in protecting women's rights to see if he could learn any useful experience. Excuse me, Minister, with the current foundation of British India, some methods may not be implemented. Alan Wilson proposed solemnly, of course, we can't use coercive means, like we did in the past to eliminate the self-immolation of widows. Pethick Lawrence looked confused. Alan Wilson knew that the Secretary of State for Indian Affairs in front of him didn't know that Britain had taken drastic measures against the self-immolation of Indian widows. He introduced the situation at that time, even the means of execution by cannon. Pethick Lawrence knew that the Indian governor's office had done such a thing in the past. Of course, this kind of method should be avoided. We can't let the Americans or the Soviets attack the British Empire. As a minister, Pethick Lawrence is still sensitive. This involves his political life. Then we have to use a very gentle method. We should use art to let the vast majority of Indian people know that this is wrong and arouse people's awareness of protecting women. It is best to express it through movies, but there must be a national idol to have this appeal. Alan Wilson said word by word, British India has no actors with such appeal. I hope this actor can show kindness, intelligence, beauty, etc. The actor you mentioned must have these conditions and influence. Maybe only Vivien Leigh can do it. Pethick Lawrence shook his head and smiled bitterly. Others don't have this influence. Why not? Isn't it right for an actor to make a little contribution to the British Empire? Alan Wilson said righteously, she should feel honored. This is the responsibility given to her by the Empire. Chapter 198 Ministers and Actors. In Alan Wilson's words, when the British Empire needed an image spokesperson to calm the anger of the masses of British India, an actor should make sacrifices. Whether it is a movie queen or something else, patriotism is a basic requirement. Is it too much to ask an actor to come to British India for the benefit of the British Empire at the cost of some time? Alan Wilson thinks it is not too much, because it shows that the whole of Britain has recognized Vivien Leigh's status. Otherwise, why not invite someone else? What you said makes sense. In fact, Vivien Leigh's image is of course the most suitable for promoting and protecting women's rights. Percy Clarence frowned and thought for a long time, and had to admit in his heart that apart from Vivian Leigh, there is really no other candidate with better image and influence. While thinking about this, and not making up his mind, Alan Wilson added fuel to the fire. Vivian Leigh was born in British India. From my understanding of Indians are actually very vain and happy to see some celebrities have a relationship with India. It will definitely have unexpected effects. Vivian Leigh was born in Darjeeling, a small town in West Bengal, India. Because it is at a high altitude and located on a sheltered hillside, it is cool and pleasant in summer. Coupled with the fragrant tea garden, it has become a summer resort. During the British Indian period, this place developed as a mountain resort for British residents to escape the hot summer on the plains. Many people climbed the southern foothills of the Himalayas on horseback and experienced an extraordinary adventure life. Alan Wilson was not lying. It should be said that the mentality of admiring the strong in backward areas is common. It's just a matter of more or less. Once upon a time, China also had the idea that blood is thicker than water for overseas Chinese, but in fact, except for the Chinese community in Malaysia, overseas Chinese generally do not treat their own people with kindness. As long as they are not from the same hometown, stabbing each other in the back is already a friendly gesture, because blood is thicker than water. As for India, the situation is even more serious. Any international large enterprise with an Indian CEO can be published in Indian newspapers, which makes many Indians proud, which is even more than China, which has gone through that era. That was all in the 21st century, and India, which is still colonized by Britain, will only have this mentality more serious. As long as Vivian Leigh arrived in British India and said a few polite words, such as "I'm the daughter of India," it is estimated that she would be welcomed by hundreds of millions of Indians. The arrival of this international film queen may even cause a trend of imitation. Hearing that Vivian Leigh was born in British India, Percy Clarence was finally convinced and decided to let the current British treasure play the role of a bridge between the British Empire and the colonies. You can use some extra influence. Maybe there will be unexpected results. Percy Clarence decided to give it a try. You can call this method a flexible use of soft power. Alan Wilson was ready to send a telegram. For the stability and prosperity of British India and the future of the entire British Empire, this matter could not be delayed for a moment. He also helped the Secretary of State for Indian Affairs to propose the use of soft power. Alan Wilson was really excited just thinking about it. On the same day, the Imperial Mission telegram written by Alan Wilson himself was delivered to London. It also included Alan Wilson's use of soft power, saying that if a movie queen is used well, the effect is even comparable to that of a fleet. Soft power refers to spiritual power, including soft factors such as political power, cultural power, and diplomatic power. Facing the current British India, the British Empire must use culture, values, social systems and other factors that affect its own development potential and appeal, rather than relying on the Royal Navy blindly. The most important thing is that the Royal Navy is now the second in the world. The Navy is actually very embarrassing. As long as it is not the first place is almost the same. However, for a colony like British India, the Royal Navy can still play the role of hard power to set off soft power. Combining the two may have a better effect. Vivian Leigh, an international film queen born in British India, is a perfect soft power tool in Alan Wilson's eyes. The telegram hopes that Vivian Leigh can shoulder the imperial responsibility and do her parts for the British Empire. Soon, the Indian Affairs Department sent Alan Wilson's telegram to the Cabinet Secretary Sir Edward, who then conveyed it to Prime Minister Attlee. Sir Edward elaborated on the situation in British India in detail, and finally said, "Now the civil servants in the Indian Governor's office are trying their best to maintain the surface stability of British India, just to extract as much wealth from British India as possible and build the mainland. The effect is very obvious. The expenditure of British India in the first month of this year has dropped significantly, and the funds provided to the mainland have increased compared to when the situation started to improve in November. Judging from the current trend, the day when the rationing system ends in the mainland is not far away, but this also needs to take into account the work of the British Occupied Trade Commission. At least there has been a good start. Data from all aspects have proved that the situation in Britain itself is improving, and the pressure on Prime Minister Attlee has indeed been greatly reduced. Of course, this improvement was based on the strict rationing system in the British occupied areas of Germany, the deprivation of surplus value, and the withdrawal of funds from British India. Although it was somewhat immoral, British India was a colony and Germany was a defeated country. Seeing that the local economy had improved, Prime Minister Attlee did not care whether it was moral to do so. It was very moral to help Britain recover as soon as possible. Soft power. Prime Minister Attlee smiled bitterly after hearing what Sir Edward said. This kind of influence should have some effect. When did we start to rely on this kind of thing? But now the mainland is still in the recovery period. As long as it can be used, we will not reject it. As a prime minister who was appointed in a critical situation, the most important thing for Attlee now is to pull Britain out of the quagmire. As for what is moral or immoral, such things can be discussed later. After all, he is the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, not the German Chancellor or the Governor General of British India. Vivian Leigh's matter naturally could not appear in the discussion between the Cabinet Secretary and the Prime Minister. Sir Edward just took a look and asked the Home Office Secretary to handle the matter. Soon, Vivian Leigh met the civil servants from the Home Office who came to her house. They hoped that Vivian Leigh could contribute to the country, become a bridge between the British mainland and British India, promote the civilization of the civilized world, expand Britain's influence in British India, and all kinds of high-sounding excuses. Although it was narrated in a negotiating tone, it still expressed the most obvious hint of whether to refuse. And it was said that this was an opportunity to represent the image of the British Empire, and it was a great honor to become a national spokesperson. I'm willing to make my own contribution to peace. When Vivian Leigh heard the status of national spokesperson, she felt a little bit of I'm not sleepy at once, and said that she was willing to turn down other work, go to British India, and change the situation of Indian women. Not to mention local affairs. After communicating with the Congress Party and the Muslim League, the three cabinet ministers have realized that it is basically impossible to bridge the contradictions between the two religions, even if it is completely impossible. Of course, the negotiations must continue, because this is a task assigned by the Prime Minister, but apart from this, the three cabinet ministers have begun to change in different aspects. In short, they are picking up nice things to say and dealing with the complex situation of British India with a pragmatic attitude. As soon as the Secretary of State for Commerce, Cripps, appeared in public, praised the large-scale construction of the Calcutta Industrial Zone, saying that once the large-scale construction is completed, it will be the day when British India will be reborn. He even said that he has seen a glorious future and India will appear in the eyes of the world with a brand new look. The Secretary of the Navy, Alexander, from the perspective of the two world wars in British India, showed that India has all the powerful element. At the same time, he also spoke for the Indian soldiers at the British military bases in various places, saying that the London government has always attached great importance to the welfare of Indian soldiers, and that it will strictly prohibit discrimination against Indian soldiers. Any discrimination against Indian soldiers by British officers is immoral and should be condemned. Finally, it was stated that the Indian Governor's office has begun to improve the treatment of Indian soldiers, but the number of soldiers involved is too large, so it may take several months to a year to make plans. Of course there is such a plan. Alan Wilson cannot forget the contribution of Indian soldiers in the war. When the day comes for British India to become independent, he will hand over the plan to improve the treatment of soldiers to Nehru in its entirety. He hopes that by then, India, which is financially exhausted, and the Calcutta Industrial Zone has disintegrated, will have the financial resources to allow Nehru to implement the plan to improve the treatment of soldiers. The Minister of Commerce and the Minister of the Navy have respectively explained India's advantages from different perspectives, and there is not much time left for the Secretary of State for Indian Affairs, Perthy Clarence. In the end, he can only start from the field he is good at, praising Indian women as the most attractive women in the world, and then extending it to Indian men, using words such as hard-working and bravery, to show his optimism for British India. How can this be more unreliable than my boasting about the ancient Indian nuclear war? Looking at the newspaper about the praise of the Secretary of State for Indian Affairs, Perthy Clarence, for the Indians, Alan Wilson had a sour expression. At least Alan Wilson thought that he was lying, and that knowledgeable people would not believe in fabricated history. Compared with Alan Wilson's fake history, Pertha Clarence's statement is very damaging. These ministers are no less good than professional actors when it comes to acting. Chapter 199 Barron's Teachings. The minister's statement was very hasty. When Alan Wilson arrived at Sir Barron's office, he heard the head of the British Indian Civil Servants comment, "It is not only deceptive to Indians, but if it spreads, it will also be deceptive to people in other countries. It will give people a wrong impression of Indians." Yes, Sir Barron. But it has already happened. Alan Wilson said that he still stood on Sir Barron's side and did not agree with the hasty statement of the Secretary of State for Indian Affairs. We are the ones who understand Indians, not the ministers who are high above us. So these ministers who originally didn't know what they were doing always jumped out at critical moments to destroy the foundation of the empire. This is really annoying. Sir Barron had not finished criticizing the Secretary of State for Indian Affairs. Finally, he sighed and said, "Wouldn't it be nice to find a place to wander around, drink some red wine, ride a horse, and return home when the time comes? Just use some non-destructive words to fool the Indians. We are professionals." Well, maybe the minister doesn't have the vocabulary we have, and to be honest, the vocabulary we have may not be so attractive. Most of the documents issued are incomprehensible, and no one cares. Alan Wilson pondered for a moment and smiled bitterly. This may be our weakness. Not being able to understand the documents issued, and not being able to hear what we say, is the biggest advantage. In this way, most people will not understand how the country works. Since they don't understand, they can't find faults. Since there are no mistakes, the country has always been in the hands of reliable people. There is no doubt that no one is more reliable than those of us who have served the country all our lives. Reliable. Alan Wilson admitted that there is no better word to praise the life of a public servant than this. "Okay, let's not talk about this. What are you doing here?" Sir Barron skipped his hasty statement to the minister and asked Alan Wilson what he was doing in his office. "It's like this, sir. It's about the retirement and repatriation of British Indian soldiers." Alan Wilson took out a document about the repatriation and resettlement plan for veterans after the war. "The full version is too complicated, so I won't bring it over. You should leave the full version to the Congress party." Sir Barron took out his glasses. A sly smile flashed across his face. "What is the main plan? What are the considerations?" "It's mainly about land allocation. In principle, we prefer that the majority of soldiers, especially Hindu soldiers, can get resettlement land." Alan Wilson said seriously, "To be honest, the land situation in northern India can be said to be very tense. The population in the Ganges River basin is too large, and there is not much land available for allocation, so the land allocation plan can be said to be very difficult. In principle, we should give priority to Hindu soldiers and soldiers who speak Hindi, but the land in the Ganges River basin is tight. If it is allocated to these soldiers, it may cause unnecessary conflicts. So I think we should consider allocating the land of these soldiers to places outside the Ganges River basin, such as the Indus River basin and the princely states in the south." When Sir Barron heard this, he stopped flipping through the documents and chuckled. "I was wondering why you were so kind all of a sudden and started to care about the welfare of the Indian soldiers returning home. So this is what you were thinking about. Oh, respected Sir Barron, the war is over. In order to reduce the burden on British India, it is not a mistake to let some soldiers return home. The excessive population in their hometowns will cause conflicts, which is not what we want to see. So dispersing them is a very good solution. I have no selfish motives and I'm considering the lives of the soldiers after they retire. But the good thing is that this can weaken the military power of a large part of the Indians. During the war, the Indian army expanded to 2.75 million. Now that the war is over, it is indeed worrying." Sir Barron put down the documents, but still asked with some doubts, "Will the princely states agree?" Most of the princely states are just larger landlords with little ability to resist. As for the lords of one side like the Hyderabad princely state, I plan to talk to them once. This plan has taken into account the issue of faith. My idea is this. Peace Christian soldiers go to Hyderabad and Junagadh princely states, and Hindu soldiers need to identify their ethnicity. For example, Hindi soldiers can be sent to Tamil places. They are all Hindus, so there is no problem getting along with them. This is definitely not Alan Wilson's weakening of the Indian army, but considering that these soldiers fought bloody battles for the British Empire during the war, he cannot let these soldiers fall into poverty after retirement. However, there are many people and little land in northern India, especially in the Ganges River basin. There is no so much land to distribute, and difficulties exist objectively. So considering the objective difficulties, these soldiers were sent to the south of the Deccan Plateau, which is relatively sparsely populated. These are all well thought out considerations, and the land should be distributed to every soldier to the greatest extent. Of course, as a very diverse subcontinent, some troops based on their own ethnicity should be retained, such as the Sikh Corps, and troops based on their hometowns. In fact, these troops are very easy to identify. Just think back to the military parades in later India. The troops wearing all kinds of colorful and strange hats, and making themselves fancy are generally exclusive troops, based on local ethnic groups and hometowns. The names of these exclusive troops often carry the characteristics of their own ethnicity or hometown. It is clear, when it is changed to Chinese, the Hunan army and the Sichuan army are almost the same concept. The Indian names are Rajput Corps, Punjab Corps, Sikh Corps, Maratha Light Infantry Corps, Kumaon Corps, Gurkha Corps, etc. In order to facilitate management, the British Indian troops were reorganized according to ethnicity and hometown. For the sake of diversity, and giving priority to Hindi soldiers, these troops will be retained and arranged in the second round, that is, after India's independence. Sir Baron naturally could not hide this little trick from his eyes. Looking at Alan Wilson talking, he asked, "How many Hindu soldiers do you want to reduce? It can't be too obvious. My suggestion is to choose one between ethnicity and religion, and don't take both into account. To reduce the number of Hindi soldiers, we must ensure that the Hindu soldiers are not weakened. Nehru and his people are not stupid. Once you make a big move, it will be easy to see. Yes, I still need Sir Baron's guidance." Alan Wilson lowered his head and asked, "How to do it more appropriately?" "Well," Sir Baron nodded, tapping the table with his fingers, "retain the ethnic troops south of the Deccan Plateau, reduce the size of the Hindustani people appropriately, select the Hindustani people separately, and use the total number of Peace Church soldiers as a reference, to reduce it to a 1-to-1 ratio. The total number of Peace Church soldiers, regardless of ethnicity, is the same as the total number of Hindustani soldiers after the reduction. As for the Bengalis and Tamils, the total number of Hindu soldiers should still far exceed the Peace Church soldiers, otherwise it will be seen. Organize the work of returning home according to this ratio, and the size of the Peace Corps soldiers must also be reduced, and they must be reduced synchronously and in proportion. According to proportion, and synchronously." When Sir Baron focused his attention on Alan Wilson, he saw that Alan Wilson was taking notes, muttering to himself as he wrote. Sir Baron wanted to laugh in his heart, but he also had to maintain his mysterious personality. He said with a stern face, "Disarmament can only be done and not publicized, so it's better to have other things to cover it up. What's wrong with your new culture movement? Do you want to postpone its implementation, because the 3 cabinet ministers are all here?" "Yes, Sir Baron." Alan Wilson put his notes away and looked at Sir Baron and said, "I have discussed this with the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, and I think it would be better to implement it after the ministers leave." Clark. Sir Baron sighed, and then said, "You can implement the harmless parts first. For example, as a person who pays attention to hygiene and loves cleanliness, it is wrong no matter what, right? Even Hinduism has the saying that the Ganges is a holy river that washes away all the sins of the world. First, pick out the harmless part of the new culture movement and give it a random name, such as the Clean India movement. Let the media under your command use Hindu classics as an introduction to advocate cleanliness and hygiene, and then do it little by little, and wait until the ministers leave, and then proceed to the next step." Seeing that the notes that had just been put away were about to be taken out again, Sir Baron quickly quickened his speech and said, "By the way, our great British treasure, Miss Vivienne Leigh, has agreed to the suggestion of the Ministry of the Interior, and is ready to come to India. It's up to you to create momentum, so that every Indian, regardless of religion, will take Vivienne Leigh's dress and image as an example, and think that this is the general situation in the UK. I want to find out if there is a film of Gone with the Wind. Sure enough, Alan Wilson did not take out the notes, but prepared to ask if there is a film of Vivian Leigh in British India and play it for free in theaters in various cities. There should be. After all, it is impossible for such a large colony to not be able to find a film of a famous movie. Alan Wilson was not completely dazzled by the beauty, and he left the governor's mansion and went to the Supreme Court to discuss it with Chief Justice Clark. Thousands of miles away, Vivian Leigh, who was determined to become the image spokesperson of the British Empire and establish the civilized and prosperous image of the British Empire, had already set off despite her husband's opposition. As she said before, "I can also talk, I can also be patriotic." Chapter 200. Who doesn't like money? Since the 3 cabinet ministers arrived in British India, most of Alan Wilson's daily work has been to think about how to arrange the itineraries of the 3 cabinet ministers and satisfy the Indians. Since he began to worry about the treatment of Indian veterans, Alan Wilson suddenly found a lot of schedules that could be delayed, such as rewarding the grassroots soldiers who participated in the war. On the outskirts of New Delhi, tall walls separate the factory. Compared with ordinary factories, this factory is very clean, and bursts of roaring machine sounds are heard by Alan Wilson. It is conceivable that the current operation of this factory must be good. Alan Wilson followed the 2 officers into the factory building and saw that the production line in the factory building was in a busy state. As for the products that will be put on the market from the production line, they are banknotes. In simple terms, Indian rupees. I have great faith in De La Rue's technology. Apart from other things, I believe that no one dislikes the products produced. Alan Wilson stopped beside the banknote production line for a moment and exclaimed with a smile, "Especially Indians, they will definitely like it." In the general impression of people, banknote printing companies should belong to state-owned enterprises, but De La Rue Banknote Printing Company is a private enterprise. In fact, except for countries that only print banknotes domestically, many countries will give part of their banknote printing business to overseas banknote printing companies. Among them, De La Rue in the UK has accumulated considerable experience in colonies during the long colonial rule of the British Empire. Alan Wilson remembered that after India's independence, it felt ashamed that its banknotes were controlled by De La Rue. In the end, administrative intervention was used to nationalize the right to print banknotes, and it became one of the few countries in the world that prints its own banknotes. This was the first time that Alan Wilson had seen a banknote production line in 2 lifetimes. It was inevitable that he was a little excited. Printing money was the dream of all boys in their childhood and the masterpiece of daydreams. Mr. Allen, our De La Rue company has been serving the British Empire for a long time. The banknotes we provide are exquisite and pleasing, and there is absolutely no problem with professionalism. Andrew, the head of the factory, saw that Alan Wilson's eyes were reluctant to leave for a long time and introduced the production process of the factory. I personally think that the main reason why your products are pleasing to people is that your products are banknotes. No one doesn't like banknotes. Alan Wilson showed an expression that everyone understood, and then restrained his greed and said seriously, "I believe that in the next 1 to 2 years, De La Rue's business will definitely be very good." De La Rue is a British banknote manufacturer that has been printing banknotes for the Bank of England since 1860. Not surprisingly, the printing of banknotes for British India, the most valuable colony of the British Empire, also fell into the hands of De La Rue. In 1860, Britain passed the Bank Partnership Act to allow any person and group to form a joint stock bank. British private banks emerged like bamboo shoots after rain, and the demand for printing banknotes soared. Drucker Company seized the opportunity and began to print banknotes, and with the help of the global expansion of the British Empire, it expanded its business to the world. Now that the war is over, many countries whose economies have been damaged will choose a way, that is, to abolish the old banknotes and use new banknotes to maintain economic stability. De La Rue's business in the future will definitely rise, because the printing process is complicated. Firstly, it requires top-level printing equipment and constantly updated printing processes. Secondly, it requires continuous research and development of a new generation of anti-counterfeiting technology. And thirdly, currency manufacturing is an equipment cost scale industry, and De La Rue has a first mover advantage. However, what Alan Wilson mentioned was not something else, but the affairs of the northern neighbor. It is believed that De La Rue will receive orders for printing gold yuan notes in the next few years. Moreover, Alan Wilson is also preparing to expand the circulation of the Indian rupee, such as the awarding of medals to grassroots officers this time. In fact, Alan Wilson came here to talk about this matter this time. As the factory director, Andrew entered the other party's office. As a banknote printing factory, the security of this factory is absolutely in place, and it is not far from the British military camp in New Delhi, so there is no need to worry about any danger. You know, the currency circulation in British India is very poor, and there are many activities, many of which cost money, and a lot of money. Alan Wilson said with a sad face, as soon as he sat down. Take the awarding of medals to grassroots officers. That will start soon. For example, there will always be some bonuses. Promoting military ranks is easy, but issuing medals? Well, everyone knows that there is a strong demand for precious metals after the war, so it is better to issue paper money directly. Alan Wilson's stingy face was exposed. He didn't want to give too expensive medals to the Indian officers who were awarded medals. He just gave them some silver and copper to deal with them. Other benefits were converted through banknotes. Moreover, the number of officers awarded medals was only more than 300, and printing a little more banknotes would not cause inflation. As long as Alan Wilson didn't say this, how could anyone else know? After the various hints and instructions from the Assistant Commissioner of British India, the director of De La Rue understood and asked tentatively, "How many banknotes do you want to provide?" "That's not much, but we still have to pay attention to the market's acceptance, so you print 10 million first, and I will track the circulation in Delhi. This is all for the purpose of studying economic laws, and there is no other purpose." Alan Wilson calculated and gave 3 million to the decorated officers, and the remaining 7 million was left for market testing, which was just enough. From the perspective of economic laws, the consequences of printing money have a certain lag. So for the financial security of British India in the future, it is understandable to test the consequences of excessive money issuance now. It's just an experiment, and it's all for studying the laws of economic operation. How long will it take to prepare? Don't want large denomination banknotes, but small denomination banknotes with the best circulation rate in the market. Alan Wilson looked at Andrew, who was thinking, and asked, "No problem. It can be prepared in one day. Mr. Allen can come to pick it up then." Andrew thought for a while and gave a suitable time. A banknote printing machine can print 1.4 billion banknotes a year. With the production capacity of the New Delhi factory, 10 million cash is really not a lot of work. Alan Wilson nodded with satisfaction, saying that he would send someone to pick it up before the awarding ceremony. "I believe in the strength of De La Rue Banknote Printing Company. It will never let several cabinet ministers wait. This is a political task." After mentioning the importance of this printing, Alan Wilson left. Maybe he will come often in the next 2 years. Now don't make the printing factory too clear, leaving a little mystery for later exploration. As for the commendation of grassroots officers during the Indian War, in simple terms, the military rank must be significantly improved, generally one level higher, and the money cannot be less. As for the gold medal, there is no gold medal, and some of the less valuable ones can be awarded. After all, supporting the homeland is the most important thing, and the days of British India will be a little harder. This commendation will be presided over by Field Marshal Archibald Percival Wavell, the Governor-General of British India, under the witness of 3 cabinet ministers. Senior officials of the Congress Party and the Muslim League were invited to observe the ceremony. Field Marshal Wavell's speech was drafted by Sir Baron. In his speech, in addition to recalling the years when the two sides fought side by side, he also expressed concern about the retirement of Indian soldiers after the war. He hinted in both explicit and implicit ways that more benefits would be provided later, and this commendation was just the beginning. First, stabilize the morale of the Indian soldiers. The Congress and the Muslim League can't make trouble, even if they want to. The main thing is the army. The combat effectiveness of the sailors will be greatly reduced without warships. It is still easy for the Royal Navy to deal with these little blacks on the sea. Sir Baron, who was sitting on the left, looked back and forth at the clearly divided camps of the Congress and the Muslim League opposite, and said to Alan Wilson with one mind, "The most important thing is the follow-up. In fact, you can talk to the princes of the princely states. I know you have always wanted to have such an opportunity. It's been a long time since you saw Ali Khan, right?" Alan really doesn't know what to say about Sir Beron's concern. Alan Wilson whispered, "In fact, Maharaja Ali Khan also admires Sir Beron very much. Forget about admiration. I just did some of my job." Sir Beron shook his head slightly and said, "Look at the opposite side. They don't even pretend on such an important occasion." As the commendation progressed, the grassroots officers, nearly 1/3 of whom were Sikh officers, received commendations. Brand new Indian rupees were handed to them, and promotion to a higher rank was a piece of cake. When this wave of heat passes, Alan Wilson will focus on protecting the interests of Sikh officers and let these Sikh officers continue to serve in the army. As for the distribution of land, it can be promoted on a small scale, to see the reactions of all parties. The Hindu provinces near the Sikh residential areas will start to promote it first. When thinking about this, Alan Wilson saw some officers holding brand new banknotes under their noses and smelling them. He was shocked. Could it be that the ink was not dry yet? No, you have to believe in the technology of the British printing press. How could such a thing happen? It's nothing more than the old question. Who doesn't like money? In March, Indian public opinion was flooded with two things. The first thing was about rewarding India's contribution in the war. 3 cabinet ministers and an Indian governor came forward to give India the evaluation it deserved during the war. The second thing is that India's daughter, Vivienne Leigh, an internationally famous actress born in British India, is about to land in India. Compared with the former, the latter is obviously more popular. Many Indians are looking forward to it. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.